Hello there, welcome. This is Zakynthos. So we will talk about the top 30 movies of all time. This is my opinion, but these movies, if you haven't seen them, you should really see them if you're bored or anything else. You may have seen other movies in your lifetime, but these top 30 are just the best. So the first one is, bear with me because I haven't recorded in a while or streamed. Uh, let's see, Divergent. So let's just type that in here. Divergent. Yeah, Divergent. So Divergent came out in what, 2012, 2014. It's based on the book, a novel written by Veronica Roth. She was doing a literary studies, a course at university, a writing course, and she won a prize. She wrote a story in a novel about this post-apocalyptic world that I think, for all intents and purposes, all of Earth was wiped out, maybe from a major war. And in this story, there's just a civilization the size of, say, Chicago. That's what it is. It says Chicago there. There's a great wall that surrounds this big city. And what Divergent is about is we won't do spoilers in this. Maybe in some movies that are older, but not this one. The society is divided into factions. One faction is Dauntless, another is Abnegation. So they're funny names, but so one faction may be about law-abiding citizens, the other faction is about people that are poor, not healthy. And the story follows a young woman, and what they do, the young children there have to do an initiation. Before they have to pick a faction, they belong in a faction with their parents, but they get to pick their own faction, but first they do a test. And so that they all line up, all these kids in their, what, 20s, 25 age group, whatever. So the brother and sister rock up, and she has to do a test. And what they do, they inject them with like a syrup. She has to drink a syrup, and they pin her there. So she goes into a dream sequence, and this dream sequence is excellent. It is excellent. Even my parents love this movie. So she does it, and at the end of the dream sequence, things go hairy. And the lady there that administered the test, she does it for all the young kids there. She's the lead actress says, "What's my result?" She goes, "Get out of it. Just say it didn't work on you. Just tell your parents that the test didn't work. You got sick. Touch wood." You go, "I have to know. I'm going to go and pick tomorrow faction, one of the six factions. What do I tell them? What do I pick? How do I know what to pick?" The Asian woman, she administered the test. She says, "Look, Maggie Q is the actress. I, you know, Shailene Woodley is the lead actress. So Maggie Q says to her, look, the test didn't work on you. It's very rare. It's called Divergent." She goes, "You're Divergent. You don't belong in any faction." So, so you can imagine what it ensues. But for me, this is one of the best movies I've ever seen. The trailer, when I saw it back 12 years ago, they only show the first half of the movie, and it's a little bit poshy. I said to myself, "What's this? This is a Lego movie. That doesn't look good." But beauty is in the eye of the beholder. And when you see this movie, and I remember watching it 10 years ago, I go, "This is an excellent movie." The first half is, I know that movies are divided into three acts, but this one I divide into half. The first half, not bad. It's the second half. And so she joins a faction, of course, and she meets this young man, and this and that. And of course, I guess they fall in love in there, but it's the stuff that they discover there. So I won't spoil anything, but what are the other actors in there? there's a Korean guy. He hasn't done many movies. An American Korean guy. What's Kate Winslet's in it, mate. She is so good in that, and her parents are Tony Goldwyn. People might remember from the movie Ghost back in maybe before the boys were born. And the young lady, the young woman that played Shailene Woodley's mother was, Harold knows the name, Pratt. Can't remember her name. What's I should look it up, but I don't want to get caught. See, I want to pull up stuff on here, but I get copyright maybe. I asked AI Gemini, what can I put up, and I said no. If it's me, then what? Copyright for this? No, it's my shirt. But anyway, that's how it is. Yeah, sorry about that. I'll pause the video again then because I've gone to Google search to look up the cast of Divergent, and the woman that plays is Ashley Judd. And she plays the character of Natalie, which is the mother of Shailene Woodley. Shailene Woodley plays the. I can't show this because even with still images I can get copyright, either content ID matching or copyright infringement. And when it's copyright infringement, forget it. Punished for 6 months. Can't upload longer than 15 minutes, and I'm going to buy a brand new computer in a week's time. So anyway, not to bore anyone, Ashley Judd. So I'm looking at this. I hope people can still see me. They can see it. So Shailene Woodley plays the lead actress. There's a gentleman there. I won't spoil it. He meets her, Kate Winslet. There are others. I won't spoil it. Tony Goldwyn's in it. Like I said, yeah, he's excellent. So what happens is, how do I do it? Tell a story without spoiling it. It's really good. So Kate Winslet is the bad guy, but it really is good. So she joins a faction. Triss is the name of the character. Shailene Woodley plays it. She becomes involved in that faction. She trains with that faction, and then she discovers things. So, but it's a fantastic movie. I don't care what anybody says. Other people say they've seen movies in the last 3 years. Fine. No. Okay, the next one. Now this is, I'll type it in. I'll type it in. Let's see. The Equalizer. And this came out in 2014. Now, when you're talking of movies, now the old man, if my parents, may they rest in peace, but my dad, he loved this movie. He never got sick of it, especially a particular scene. Harold knows that scene. He knows it. It is fantastic. So when word of this got out about this movie, that they were making it, this is based on a television series. Dion and the boys are very young. They would never remember it. This came out in '86, the television series. It was an Englishman that lived in New York, and he worked for the CIA, and he worked as an assassin. Then he went private. He retired from there, and he worked for himself. He was an Englishman. As an actor, he was an Englishman in real life anyway, but it just suited it so perfectly. And this actor passed away sadly, maybe 10 years ago. His name was Edward Woodward. And even his cohort, the boss, such top, this TV series was way ahead of its time. It came out in '86 and only done 3 or 4 seasons. And so what he would be in his New York apartment, he would put an ad in the paper. If the odds are against you and no one can help, please call me, call the Equalizer. And so he'd get calls, he'd get messages left on his answering machine. Oh, hi, my cat's stuck in, oh, Mr. Equalizer, my cat is stuck in a tree. I don't know what to do. She's hurt. Can you help me? Yeah, he would just ignore it. He would be doing something, cleaning the dishes. Oh, Mr. McCall, I don't know. I tried to find this other ad in the paper like yours, but I don't know how to print this piece of paper. Can you help me? He'd ignore it. Then one call came through. This girl starts crying. Just Equalizer. I don't know what to do. You get the gist, mate. Straight away, he left the dishes. He answered it. What is it, Muddy? What's wrong? I think there are men after me. Okay. And that's what it was based on. So Dion, you can do the math. What this movie was, what this TV series was about. When they said so 7 years ago or more, they're making it into a movie. With Google News and Facebook, you find it years in advance. When I heard the actor that they were going to put in there, I go, nah, he's an African American actor. I'm nothing against African American actors, as is proven when we go further down the list. This African American actor is different to others like, I can't even remember their names now. Will Smith, others. Will Smith is good, I'm not saying, but this guy is the Maradona of actors. I don't care what anybody says. Now, this looks like this is going to be a long video, but bear with me. We will dissect everything. So when I heard they got this actor, Denzel Washington, I go, no. Oh, look, put him in every movie. That's not the issue. He's a fantastic. But does he fit? Because I was used to the Englishman, this white-haired Englishman. Now the movie This Equalizer in 2014 was based in Boston, Massachusetts, I think. That one is but Denzel Washington. And when I saw the movie, wow. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. He not only put Edward Woodward acting to shame, he's put every actor on earth to shame since. And I think he won a Cecil B. DeMille Award many years ago. Now, Cecil B. DeMille Award, let's educate anyone that is watching this video. Cecil B. DeMille Award is awarded every year at the Academies, at the Academy Awards or the Oscars, not the Golden Globe. The Emmys are for TV series, the Oscars and the Academy for movies. Every year, someone is recognized for their contribution to the movie industry. Contribution meaning not how many movies they've done, but are the movies of quality and maybe how much they grossed. Gene Hackman has won one, Tom Hanks has won one, Dustin Hoffman won one in 1988. I remember clear as mud. Charlize Theron did a speech for when Tom Hanks won a couple of years ago. Jodie Foster won one. Yeah, Jodie Foster won one in the last 5 years. So this story, this movie, there's a trilogy of movies. The Equalizer, then they came out with the second one with Pedro Pascal. People that don't know who Pedro Pascal is, he's become a big name now. He's in The Gladiator. You have the third movie, The Equalizer, and that's very violent, but again, fantastic, based in Italy. But this first one is just special because it's the origin, not an origin story, but the origin about him. And the soundtrack is superb. What makes a good movie is a soundtrack. Now, Divergent has an excellent song at the end. It has a good soundtrack, but there's an actual group, a singer. But this one, it's the soundtrack. And he goes for, so the way this movie starts, if I remember, is he goes for coffee at night, late at night at this cafeteria on the corner block. And there's a girl there, a young girl that he meets. Now, this is Chloe Grace Moretz. And, just hang on. Yeah, so as we said, her name is Chloe Grace Moretz. Sorry for pausing. I have to get my thoughts together as well. She comes into the cafeteria that night, and I think she meets him. She says, "Can I sit down with you?" Yeah, sure. They meet, they speak, this and that. But Denzel saw her more as like a daughter figure, if anything else. And they struck up a conversation and a friendship. Now, what happens when you meet a friend? Of course, something's bad's going to happen. And so, as she's leaving, there's a Russian mafia gang, Russian mafia boss that pull up with a cart outside. And he looked on in concern. Now, we all know what the background of the Equalizer is, of what Denzel Washington is, the character that he portrays in this movie. Yes, it's unreal. And I'm not spoiling anything because this is just the start of the movie. And he looked on. He was concerned, but what can he do? he comes back and he runs into her again the following night, and he sees a bruise on her cheek, on her face. He didn't say anything. He knew straight away what. He's not going to dabble or start asking questions. What happened to you? No, none of that. And then there was another night he rocked up. I mean, it showed that he works at Bunnings, at something equivalent to Bunnings, and she never rocked up the third night. Again, Dion and everyone, you do the math. Why she never rocked up? She was assaulted, but even before then, there's a part where, yeah, say she was assaulted, and he goes to see her in the hospital, and I don't want to spoil anymore. He goes to politely track them down. I'm telling you now, watch this movie, and if you think this is a bad movie, write it in the comments if you think I'm an idiot. It's one of the best movies. And this thing where other people are saying that Denzel Washington has done better movies. Only Training Day is a better movie, maybe, but this one here is so good. And the bad guy that plays in The Equalizer is Martin Sokas. It sounds like a Greek name. And my dad says as well, I think it is. He's a New Zealander, about our age, my age, and Harold's. Uh, yeah, so what else is there? Let's see. Other actors that were in this movie, The Equalizer, was David Harbour from Stranger Things. Jamie knows who this is. Josh will probably cut him as well, maybe Alex. David Harbour plays Hopper, and yeah, so he's a top actor. He's just, again, I don't want to spoil it. It's so good. I might go back and do spoilers. Or should I do spoilers? What I might do at the end of the top 30, maybe there's people probably still be watching. I'll do spoilers for each of them. This could be a long video. Okay, yeah, so and then that's what happens, and David Harbour's in it, Martin Sorkas. That's about it. There's not really many other actors. And we move on to, bear with me, type it in here, A Few Good Men. A Few Good Men. I have this at number 3. I should put the number here, number 3. Actually, that's what I'll do. I'll put it. Sorry about that. It's a little bit unprofessional, but 3. Number 3, A Few Good Men. Why is this at number 3? Because my mum says this is one of the best movies she's ever seen. Tom Cruise is in it. Me and my mum were all a fan of Tom Cruise, but it's the young woman that plays alongside him, Demi Moore. This is her best role by a country mile. I think Aaron Sorkin wrote this. Let me run a check on who. Sorry that you can't. If I pull up, a few good men. Yeah, 1992. So it came out in 1992. Yeah, Aaron Sorkin, directed by Rob Reiner, produced by Reiner, David Brown, Andrew Scheinman. This came out December 11, 1992 in the US. 84% Rotten Tomatoes, 7.7 out of 10 IMDb. That's how good it is. I don't have to tell you, 84% on right. That's how good it is. So the story is about the army, no, the navy, and a young man that was posted. He's doing on duty in Guantanamo Bay, and this young man wasn't able to cope with the fitness level, the training, maybe the culture itself, the Army Corps there. And it shows at the start of the movie, they're running down a hill. He couldn't cope. He couldn't, couldn't run, couldn't this, that. I mean, hell, I run up and down Days Road and it can get tricky. And he wanted to leave. He sent a letter. He didn't send a letter to those concerned. And they sent two gentlemen in that night into his barracks, into his room, as not a prank, but to punish him a little bit. They tie him up, this and that, to say, look, don't go against the core. We are your brothers. You have to stick it out. And that's where the story ensues. So these two gentlemen, these two army soldiers that come in to sort of punish him. Now they'll given an order, and that's what the movie's about. The movie's about they were given a code red, and a few good men. The good men are those of Tom Cruise and her that actually stuck up for them. The good men are also it's a funny title, A Few Good Men. It's A Few Good Men. Jack Nicholson is in it, so he's not that good. In real life, he's a nice person, but in this movie, he plays the role of not a good man. And yeah, it's there are scenes in this movie. Me and Matt would have acted them out. It's that good. We know the lines off by heart. It's so good. Uh, and so Tom Cruise, after this young man, he got assaulted, this and that. Then the music starts and the title comes up, and they show Tom Cruise in playing baseball with these other guys. Bang! You got to keep harder than that. If you're going to get good at it, as Tom Cruise was saying to someone, got to pitch better than that. Bang! Out of the park. Bang! Out of the park. Not that stupid game like cricket. You motherfuckers on 5AA, you should be ashamed of yourselves. Oh, the cricket. This bullshit. Oh, soccer, man. You don't care about. Anyway, I'm going down a tangent. Baseball. Bang. That's a nice sport. Bang. you know, that he hears about the story. They haul him into the office. They go, look, you've been assigned. They said to Tom Cruise is a young lawyer that's come out of law school. He's been out for 8 months. They haul him into the office with 8 other people. And they go, look, you've been assigned by division, they say to him. Division is high up in the government, like the JAG, Judge Advocates General. Maybe it's associated with the JAG. And Tom Cruise goes, what? Wow, what did I do to deserve this? You've been assigned by division. And he throws him the pen as well. And what time do I have to be there? 1600. And Tom Cruise goes, what? The guy next to him, it's 4 p.m. Yeah. So you've got comedy in it, but it's far from comical, this story. So he goes, and anyway, he meets Demi Moore, her character, Joanne. And the way he says her name, it's just Joanne. Like he says in one of them, you're very close to coming to the distinction of interfering with my case. But anyway, that's beside the point. She meets him. So Tom Cruise and this other actor, what's his name? Hang on, let's pull it up here. Cast. I'm on here. Blah blah blah. Yeah, Kevin Pollak is the name. Lieutenant Sam Weinberg. Uh, Kiefer Sutherland is in this movie. Kevin Bacon, Jack Nicholson, J.T. Walsh passed away. He committed suicide in the movie and committed suicide in real life as well, which is sad. Yeah, Kevin Pollak. And he's his right-hand man, Kevin Pollak. So Kevin Pollak and Tom Cruise rock up to her office. She goes, oh, that's right. So she's talking on the phone before they knock on the door. Oh, blah, blah, blah. She was given a case. She knows the story as well. When she sees Tom Cruise and things, she goes, I thought I was going to be taken seriously when I was going to be assigned counsel. And then Tom Cruise goes, no offense taken. And then, this and that. Anyway, the story progresses, and I won't spoil anything, but in one scene, Tom Cruise is with Kevin Bacon. Kevin Bacon is the opposition lawyer. He's prosecuting the two boys that went into the barracks to assault the young officer that couldn't cope, whatever. Denying, because a code red is, you'll be told about this anyway, a code red is something that it's like a little bit punishment, a little bit cruel, what you do to someone if they go against the code, against the army. So if I'm in the army and someone does something to me, I keep my mouth shut, I might fight back a little bit. But if it's 3 or 4 picking on me, I go to my team leader. I call it a team leader in the army. He goes, what's wrong? Nick. Zakynthos. Oh, look, I'm not a sook, but there's 4 or 5 of them picking on me, and what do? Take them all on and have a full-on brawl, who knows what this unit could become. I'll take care of it, done. What this young man, though, did, he just wanted out. And that's what the story is. And that's what they're saying. He should have come to us, should have come to me. I was his team leader. Now, he didn't come to you, man, because he couldn't cope there. And I don't want to spoil it, what was discovered, this and that. So Tom Cruise one night, in the middle of the movie, is talking to Kevin Bacon, because the lawyers have to exchange information. And at the end, Kevin Bacon, because Daniel Kaffee is the name of the character that Tom Cruise portrays, the lead actor. And his dad was a good lawyer as well. Daniel Kaffee, Tom Cruise's dad, was a good lawyer in the movie as well. And Kevin Bacon goes, oh, you have no idea. You were bullied by the memory of a dead lawyer. Hell, I even baited you, Danny. Then Kevin Bacon walks up and leaves. Tom Cruise gets up. You're a lousy fucking softball player, Jack! Yeah, so, and that's, I mean, that's it. And there was another scene at the start of the movie, which is superb, where, yes, I don't want to spoil it, so fuck it. Yeah, and that's about it. How long is this going for? 26 minutes? Okay. Another scene, and this has incredible scenes. The writing, when you talk about it, it's just incredible. So if I can remember it. No, but that's spoiling it, so don't know. So that scene there is incredible. You're a lousy fucking softball player, because they all play softball or baseball, and Tom Cruise thinks you're scut eyes up. You might be a top lawyer, but you're a shit. And what, Tom Cruise wasn't any better, and what does Kevin Bacon say to him? Your boys are going down, Danny, and there's nothing you can do about it. The boys are the two that are on trial, that went into the barracks and assaulted that young gentleman. Okay, let's move on to number 4. She's going to be here all day. All right, now number 4. So, (2009). Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking, mate. Now when you talk of actors, yeah, Tom Cruise is good. Look, Tom Cruise was for many reasons massive because of the way he looked as well. So all the women wanted him, so that's how it is. Unlike Ethel, you're in Croydon Park, yeah, right. Sospetto ligo. Anyway, Star Trek is number 4. Why is it number 4? Because it is so fucking good. As Harold has stated, the previous Star Treks were not good. The William Shatner ones were good. The ones in '78 with Leonard Nimoy. So I'd watched this movie when it came out, and man, I downloaded a bad version of it. I wish I didn't. And J.J. Abrams had directed this movie. He has a company called Bad Robot Entertainment. And he's found these actors. Zoe Saldana is one of them. Now I can't put still images on here. Not because what can happen, someone like a Zoe Saldana can see her picture and say, you Zakynthos are not supposed to have my image on it. I'm going to notify YouTube. Guess what? Bang. There goes this video and there goes everything for the next 6 months. So that's why it's only me. J.J. Abrams found these actors, unknown actors. But the two he found, he had Bruce Greenwood in there. But the other 2 actors he found, and this is what blew my mind when I was watching the movie, who are these 2 guys? And the old lady said to me, she goes, man, this kid is so good looking. It's not just good look, not just good looking, just a top actor. This just incredible. So his name is Chris Pine, who plays Kirk, William T. Kirk. The other guy that plays Spock in this movie, Star Trek 2009, is Zachary Quinto. And I looked him up on Wikipedia, he's Italian, no surprise. Uh, the two of them together is just incredible. Zoe Saldana is excellent in this as well. Simon Pegg is in this. People know who he is. Um, yeah, so and the bad guy is, of course, there's a bad guy in every movie. Captain Nero, and that's played by who's the guy's name? Let me look it up. Who is it? Star Trek. Bear with me. Star Trek movies. Star Trek Beyond. Get out of here. Stop that. What's it doing here? Oh, here we go. All right, here we go. Cast. Yeah, Chris Pine. Zachary Quinto, Simon Pegg, Eric Banner. That's right. Eric Banner plays the bad guy. So at the start of this movie, if I can remember correctly, it shows a little boy. That's right. No, it shows when William T. Kirk was born. The actor who portrays the father, and again, my mum went nuts. You know, she loved this guy as well. It was Chris Hemsworth, maybe his first role. And my mum goes, "Oh wow, well I can see why he was picked." So they picked all these guys fucking good looking, but they know how to act, especially. And even Chris Hemsworth, this was into, he was superb in it. He played the father. And he's in a ship, and there was this African American guy who was in charge of the ship. The ship was attacked by all these Romulans. Boom, 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 boom. The ship's about to explode. This is the very start of the movie. Chris Hemsworth's wife, I don't know what she was pregnant with a kid. The kid was to become James T. Kirk, yeah. And he said, "Look, get her off the ship." He was made in charge of the ship because the African guy, something happened to him, and they said, "I'm gonna have to stay. I have to stay behind the ship because the autopilot wouldn't work." So he had to manually drive the ship into this. So the the this little starship had to go up against this humongous Romulan ship, and Chris Hemsworth said to "I love you," and it had the countdown 30, 29, 28, 20. He's only the one on the bridge. There's explosions everywhere. Boom, 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 boom. And I was going to say something sarcastic about a few people, but let's not let's not go there. Harold knows that when I go on a tangent, it's not wise. So just, let's just come. Yeah. So boom, boom, boom. The wife gets off, and anyway, the kid was born, yeah, 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 whatever, and it shows him as a little boy, this attitude problem. So he's running down the street, driving down the street in this 1978 Corvette, whatever, and the cops are like alongside him. Pull over, son. No, no, I'm not pulling over. He outruns him, and he gets older. Chris Pine is a young Kirk. He joins the academy. He meets Bruce Greenwood, who is the captain of the starship. And what a wonderful actor Bruce Greenwood is. I mean, Passenger 57. This is not on the list, Passenger 57, but my parents love that movie with, can't remember the marvel's name. But anyway, and that's about it. So they do a mission. He joins the Starfleet. Yeah, it's a fantastic movie. So let's move on. No, another one. Yeah. Let's see. Number 5. Time Clock. Now we're talking, mate. Yeah. Another actor. Now, I'm not sure if it's Time with a Space Cop or Time Cop. Let me just check the spelling of this movie. What is the actual correct spelling? Because my dad loves this movie. He loves it. Is that the one? No. Hang on, bear with me. Yeah, it's all one word, Time Cop. 5.9 out of 10 on IMDb and 42% Rotten Tomatoes. Nah. Sorry, you people are stupid and insane. This is one of the best movies ever. One of the best science fiction movies ever. Yeah, so Time Cop. Who plays in that? Jean-Claude Van Damme. Fantastic movie. Now, when you talk about it, it's science fiction. Sam Raimi did this. Sam Raimi did Spider-Man. Spider-Man is not on this list, but Spider-Man is superb. The 2002 movie with Tobey Maguire, but this one, Time Cop. So Jean-Claude Van Damme it's 1994. He's a police officer. Yeah, just a straight out police officer. He's married to Sarah Maya, what's her name? She was in Mia Sara. She also played in Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Yeah, she was born in 67. Her real name's Sara Focciello. Wow, it's got it here. So she's Italian. Surprise, surprise. Uh, yeah, Harold, that's her real name. Mia Sara, who was the actress in Time Cop, her real name is Mia Sara Porciello, born June 19, 1967. So yeah, yeah, and then, and so he comes home. I think, what does he come home from work that night? He hooks up with a. Anyway, the way the film starts, the sound boom, dun, 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 and it's this lovely soundtrack. It shows this cowboy go, no, this soldier, this bad guy go back in time to the 1860s because the Confederate States of America was being formed. There was a civil war. They were transporting gold, and it comes down to money. We all want money. We all love money. Fuck, God forbid. You know, money. Anyway, he wanted to get the money. So this bad guy just waits in the middle of the road. This is in the start of the movie. It's raining. It's 1867. There's a path, and there are 4, 5, 6 horsemen, soldiers, Confederate, with a carriage at the back. And the carriage has, of course, gold, probably. And they see this guy waiting with a hat, capello, a cowboy hat, and this duffel coat. Why has he got a duffel coat? You find out why. This bad guy's got a duffel coat with a goatee. And they said to him, how can I help you? You know what you got in that wagon? I think you know what you got in that wagon. No, you tell us, say the cops, the soldiers protecting. I think you got yourselves a shipment of wagon in that. I think you got yourselves a shipment of gold in that wagon that you're taking to General Lee. And so they said to him, all these six of them, and who might you be? And the bad guy goes, friend of the Confederacy. And then they said to him, well, why don't you show us what a good friend, why don't you tell us what a good friend you are by stepping aside? And the bad guy goes, I would like to do that, but first, I would like you to give me that gold. Now, now I could go to the police station and say, I want everyone unlocked. And they just laugh at me. So get the fuck out. Go back home, go on your computer and play Dota. That's what I say. Or play FIFA. Go back and just play FIFA or Ultimate Team. And they laughed. And it's raining heavily. And one of the officer said, the one that's the team leader, they're all on horses, all 6 of them, the carriages at the back. Now listen, mister, I don't know what you're all on about, but as you can see, this weather is so miserable. Now you want to die out here in this miserable weather? The bad guy says, I'm going to ask you one more time, would you please give me the gold? And they had enough. All 6 of them drew out holsters. By the time they drew out their holsters, this bad guy takes off his duffel coat and he's got 2 machine guns. In 1867, 2 machine guns. Boom, 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 boom. All the horses, one of the horses run off, all 6 dead. But the bad guy didn't smile at the end. He's not like, I'm happy to kill it. He knew, like, this is how it's to be. We want money, when are you going to get it? Now I can vision this movie. The tune now has come into me, and it's got this soundtrack. Dun, dun, dun. And if you've been to Westfield Shopping Town, Kilkenny or North Park, they've got that music in the. You know when you go shopping during the day, or you go with your girlfriend, your wife, or whatever. So Van Damme meets up with his girlfriend at Arndale, at Westfield Shopping Town, Kilkenny, like that. And she's looking at something. I'm not spoiling it because this is the start of the movie, but it's so excellent. It's got all these clocks. She happened to be at a watch shop, and it's got all these different clocks. Ding 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 ding. 12 o'clock, 5 to 12. Watches clocks. Van Damme comes from behind her. He. So this film was in '94. So how old was he? 30 years old. Again, another guy that's good looking as well. My mum used to say he shakes her from behind, and he goes, "There is never enough time." And she goes, "For what?" "Never enough time to satisfy a woman." And she goes, "Well, you never want to miss an opportunity." And she goes, "If I turn around and my husband's, I'll go home with you instead." And he laughs and they laugh and they kiss and they hug and they whatever. But as Harold said, as Dion may predict, something happens to her. Of course it does. Otherwise, you wouldn't have a movie, would you? No. And why am I spoiling this one? It's just so, once you start watching, you can't stop. This should have been, of all time, the best science fiction movie ever. He goes home with her and they do their thing, and then they've woken up about 2 o'clock in the morning. Oh, he gets a call. They're both in bed. He gets a call because he's on call. He's a police officer. "I have to go. They've called, somebody else called in sick." And she goes, "Yeah, that's right. There's nobody but Max Walker to keep the streets safe." And he said to him, "I said I was sorry. I don't have a choice." And then she said, "But you do have a choice." And she goes, "Things are different now." And he walks to dressed nicely in the cop. "Is there something you want to tell me?" And she goes, "I didn't want to do it like this. Can it wait till I get back?" "Yeah." And Dion, Harold, Jamie, everyone, there is no back. Could he go back in time? And that's where it gets a little bit violent, a little bit sad. As he walks out the door, bang, these bad guys wait for him in the middle of the night in his own house. They go to get her. One or two rough him up. Not that he can't take care of himself, but you're taken by surprise. Two others drag her up the stairs, and it shows the bad guy, Ron Silver. It's a two-story house that Van Damme has, and he's like this from the window watching on. No one's smiling. They're not celebrating. You know what I mean? It's just, this is how it is. We rule, and you will do what we say. And there's no need to spoil anymore. And yeah, so it's a fantastic movie. There is one scene where a young woman says to Van Damme in a hospital, and Harold knows where I'm going with this. It's a fantastic scene. She goes, "I really fucked up, didn't I?" And he goes, "Yes, you did." She goes, "I want to make things right. Maybe you can make things right for yourself." And he looks at her, Van Damme looks at her and goes, "I'll be right back." But it's a fantastic movie. It's just superb, wonderful. Ron Silver as the bad guy. It's just so good. Like, you can't. What do? You end up spoiling it? Fuck. I'll go back, probably spoil all these movies. Uh, but yeah, it's just fantastic. The ending is nice. Uh, Bruce McGill was the boss of Van Damme in the Time Agency. Gloria Reuben was in it. Yeah, really, really great movie. Yeah, Ron Silver though. Wow. So Ron Silver he was from New York, and he was Jewish in real life, and he was according to Wikipedia, he was a political activist. Uh, he was a great actor. He never did enough. Harold said it. That's right. We don't have Cliffhanger in this list either, do we? Cliffhanger is another movie that is superb. That's not on this list. So came out in nine. A lot of good movies came out in 1994. Yeah, with Stallone and John Lithgow. But yeah, so that's Time Cop. At number 6. Oh, hang on. Oh, what have I done? It's moving. All right. Just go to properties. 6. Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1. So Part 2 comes out July 2025. And so does Superman. That comes out. The new Superman movie comes out in July of 2025 as well, if people don't know. So now this is probably a bit too... Oh, hang on. Can't fit it in. There you go. Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1. Yeah, this is really good. The Angry Joe Show. If no one watches this video, please watch. Angry Joe reviews movies, television series, games. But he does in-depth reviews. They gave this 9 out of 10. Angry Joe himself. Angry Joe Show you'll find on YouTube. The other Joe, his friend, again, 9 out of 10. And Alex as well, they all liked it. Angry Joe said that Tom Cruise reinvented the action genre. He made it his own. This film is long, and Angry Joe said to the other Joe, I don't care that it was long, I enjoyed it. For me, the start is superb. Rebecca Ferguson is in it. Simon Pegg is in it. But who's back? Henry Czerny. Now, people don't know who Henry Czerny is. My old lady does. He used to play in the television series Revenge. Now, if I type in Dead Reckoning movie, is that the one? Yeah, is there Part 1? Yeah, it's that one there. So they give it 7.1. IMDb.com gives it 7.1 out of 10. Let's see. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, forget. Okay. No, that's a different Dead Reckoning. No, different one. Okay. 2023, is it? This one? Yeah, that's the one. Okay. And starring Tom Cruise, Hayley Atwell is the bird, Ving Rhames, Simon Pegg, Rebecca Ferguson, Vanessa Kirby, Henry Czerny. Yeah, he's such a good actor. So, Tom Cruise, he has to, I think at the start of the movie, he had to go to some part of Saudi Arabia to save Rebecca Ferguson's character she plays. I don't know who she plays. Esla Sprout or something. Wonderful actors. But again, the bad guy, sort of a lesser bad guy than what the Time Cop guy was. Henry Czerny. I want to put his picture up, but who knows? He might say, no, don't put my picture up on it. You can put your own picture up. So I can you can put the back of your bedroom up, but don't put it. So I can't. I could, but you know what I mean? You just... And the start of the movie is there's a submarine, and it's the Russians have it, and Sevastopol is the name of the submarine, and it's about 2 keys. The 2 keys together make up 1 key. They're interlocked. And anyway, Tom Cruise then goes to try to save this bird in Saudi Arabia, and then they do this meeting. The CIA or something the government has a meeting in this room. There's the president, and they say, the president says to all these 6 guys, one of them is the bad guy, Henry Czerny, who was in the first Mission Impossible back in 1996. And he goes, what do we do here? Who's this person? What's happening? They go, look, we need help from an external force, IMF. And he goes, what? The International Monetary Fund. That's what the president said in the movie. The other guy says, no, sir. Impossible Mission Force. Who's this Impossible Mission Force? He says, these are people that you don't know about. When things get hairy, these are the people we call when. What? And who's this man? The man was Tom Cruise, of course. Could do no wrong. Yeah. Anyway, the movie starts and they're at an airport. Tom Cruise, as usual, cleanly shaven, haircut, suit and tie. He's at the airport. him and his team, the International Impossible Mission Force team, are following this young woman. Now, this young woman, the actress's name is Hayley Atwell. She was superb, like the one that wore the Mexican poncho. But she wasn't wearing a Mexican poncho here. So she's dressed nicely, collar, slacks, blah, just walking. She's a thief. That's what she is in the movie. Tom Cruise comes up behind her, goes, hello? Yeah. And she sort of smiles at me like, well, this guy's not bad looking. But she's thinking, what do you really want? And I look at her, and then she said to him, oh, that's right. You thought I'm somebody else. Go, no. You have something. Go, what have I got? And he shows her the key. Now, she'd stolen this key. Go, how did I get this key? He pulls it out of his cuff from the jacket. This key. Is it this key or this key? And that's how it's such a superb, like this. Hockey. How did you get that? She says, yeah, well, that's it. You're going to do something for me. And so the movie revolves, and there's all these chase scenes and whatever. And that's about it. And during the movie, I won't spoil it, someone says to the bad guy, I was told, hang on. Yeah, he says or she says, I choose to accept this mission. And so there's a sequel to this, Dead Reckoning Part 2, or may not be called Dead Reckoning. I'm not sure what it's called, but it's Part 2 and that's coming out. So there are trailers on YouTube, and the trailer looks excellent. And that'll probably gross another $2 billion, or not $2 billion, maybe $1 billion. It may gross close to $1 billion US, the second movie. So yeah, let's move on. Does it show up here or not? No. 7. X-Men, Days of Future Past. X-Men, Days of Future Past at number 7. This looks like Christmas, doesn't it? Christmas Man. Yeah, I might just, let's see this again. There should be capitals. Again, another fantastic movie. Harry remembers the first time in 2014 when he saw this. So this has a checkered history, because I remember someone on the podcast, on Keeping It Real, the IGN podcast, that the timelines of all these X-Men movies are messed up. Not on purpose, but it's just convoluted. That didn't. So before X-Men Days of Future Past, in 2002, the movie X-Men came out. I remember watching it Sunday night at the old house, and at the end of the movie, I said, this movie is good, mate. Now, in that movie was, let's see, I draw a blank. Lucky I've got this up. Let's see. X-Men, the first one. Is it here? Yeah, here we go. Maybe, hang on, bear with me. Okay, now I'm using Google search instead of the Microsoft Bing. It's a little bit easier. So in the original cast, in the 2002 movie, was it in 2002? Yeah, 2000. Hugh Jackman was in it. Patrick Stewart was the original X-Men. He was Professor X. And Ian McKellen was Magneto. Famke Janssen was Phoenix. James Marsden was Cyclops, yeah. James Marsden was great in this. The original movie was rated good, 82% on Rotten Tomatoes. So then X-Men 2 came out. That was alright. Can't remember what that was about. Oh, that's right. That's with Phoenix. And she died in X-Men 2. I shouldn't have said that. But then you had X-Men The Last Stand. Then in 2011, they brought out X-Men First Class. Now, when you talk of actors being brought through a new generation, a young generation of You will not find better actors. James McAvoy was brought through. Michael Fassbender was brought through. Jennifer Lawrence was brought through. Uh, Rose McGowan. Is it Rose McGowan her name? I just double check this. Rose Byrne. Rose Byrne, that's right. Rose Byrne. So, and they had brought others. Nicholas Hoult was in it. Zoe Kravitz, probably related to Lenny Kravitz. She is related, yeah. So the 2011, these actors were brought through. And it's a good movie. First Class fills in the gap of how Professor X became in touch with this. Magneto became how he got his helmet and whatnot. But the X-Men Days of Future Past was superb. So what the story entails is that in the future, the X-Men, all mutants are destroyed by these Sentinels, these robots. The government had created them. And what it is, Professor X are the good people, the good mutants. Magneto was part of a rebellion, all the bad mutants. But for this movie, Magneto, played by Ian McKellen, Professor X, played by Patrick Stewart, they got together. And I remember, they went to see this young woman, Ellen Page, the actress, and others. They met at a temple in China. And this is in the future where there's an organization that's just tearing the world apart to some extent. There are no mutants. Almost, they're all extinct, or just, they just got to clean them all out. Maybe they just want humans again. And these Professor X and Magneto, they got together, they put aside their differences. And Wolverine was there, he goes, what's going on? And who the hell is this? He hated Magneto's guts from all the previous movies. And Patrick Stewart says, Logan, stop. We need Magneto's help. We need everyone's help. We're all mutants in the end. They'd heard of a way to go back in time. So Ellen Page, you probably no one may not know who she is. What a top actress, Canadian as well. She says there's a way to go back in time. The way they found was that she goes, we can go back in time, but only 5 or 6 days. But to send someone back weeks or years, it'll tear their body apart. Wolverine says, Hugh Jackman says, what happens if someone can go back and their body keeps healing? The more it tears itself apart, it heals itself. Patrick Stewart looked at him and go, this could work. He goes, send me in. Send me back in time. They wanted to send him back in time because the story was the future had become like this because Jennifer Lawrence's character, Mystique, she was the Blue Lady. She was so powerful that she could change or imitate anything. Her genes allowed her to do that. The government had captured her in the past, got her genes, they weaponized it, and they created these Sentinels, and these Sentinels can change into anything. So a mutant that could become a flamethrower, this Sentinel can turn into an ice cube and defend itself, and the reverse. So the Sentinel adapted to any mutant that attacked it. So the Sentinels wiped out everything. So Hugh Jackman went back in time, and they said, look, you have to find my younger version of myself, Professor X. So he had to find James McAvoy in the past, and he had to find Michael Fassbender in the past. And the future Magneto, Ian McKellen, said, look, it's not going to be easy. What do you mean? Well, I'm in prison. Oh, that's great. You have to find me. You have to convince me. They said to Hugh Jackman, when you go back in the past, you have to convince my younger self and my younger self. So you can imagine, it was a fantastic movie. And yeah, I don't want to spoil anything, and that's about it. But really great. Let's move on. Now we're cooking. You're talking movies now. That was science fiction. This isn't science fiction, mate. The accountant. Yeah, the accountant, mate. Yeah, well, now Ben Affleck. Say what you want. They've criticized this guy when he was picked as as Batman, but he did a great job with Batman. The Accountant. What a fantastic movie. Whoever invented this story is fantastic. So this is a story about a young boy who was autistic. Yes, he was autistic, and I guess he couldn't integrate into society with other kids. That was the con. The pro is that he was so good at mathematics. Now, this is no fluke, it's proven in real life that those that are autistic are very good at mathematics or with numbers. Uh, the character that Ben Affleck played had a brother, a younger brother, played by John, I'm not sure what his name is. Let me see. Again, Accountant. Cast. Yeah, John Bernthal. Yeah, really great. Yeah. So J.K. Simmons is in it. Yeah, John Lithgow's in it. Anna Kendrick's in it. Yeah, Ben Affleck. So yeah, I think this is Ben Affleck's best movie, but the story's just superb. And so their father split up with their mother when they were young. Uh, the two brothers, one of them was autistic, the older one, the younger one looked on and he cared for his. It was a younger brother, older. He saw the parents split that day. She couldn't take it anymore. The kid was spastic almost. If anything went wrong, if something was missing from a plate, he just punches in the wall. The father was from the army. Now, you do the math, Dion, what happens? The father had taught the two boys, he taught him his way, the way of the army, to defend themselves, to train themselves. So he got this Shodan guy, this Japanese guy to teach them, Japanese Malaysian, to teach them martial arts to defend themselves. Both boys, their lives went in different directions. One of the brothers down a bad path, both down a bad path. The other one became Ben Affleck's character, an accountant. Yeah. And you're talking of someone highly in the character in the movie, highly intelligent. So he walks into a building because they needed his services as an accountant. And there's a woman and a man. It was a robotics business with arms they build arms and what prosthetics. And they sit down, Ben Affleck's like this, it's with a haircut. Who are you? I mean, we had a guy here that's got a degree in mathematics and second, third honors in mathematics. Who are you? Because they said you're supernatural with numbers, yeah. But so he meets, yeah, it's really good. The accountant had become almost an assassin. He was so intelligent. Not only could he take care of himself, he was trained with the way because his father had taught both boys. And the father has said, I don't want people to take advantage of my son because he's autistic. Take advantage. He was the other way around almost. You don't mess with this accountant. So the Federal Bureau of Investigation were investigating who this account. They never knew he was what. They see this young man with black hair, the same age as Ben Affleck's, the same age as us. Black hair, this, that, blah, blah, blah. Who is he? And I don't want to spoil it. It's a fantastic movie. Fantastic. Everyone said it. We all watched it, Harold's House one night in 2017. Fantastic. Frank as well loved it. Let's move on. Yeah. Okay. Can I write it in here or not? Oh, yeah, I can see. I can do it in here. Oh. 9. The butterfly effect. Yeah. Again, another awesome movie. Oh, it's getting hot in here as well. Bear with me, just open the window. No, still not in Muxcroffers. We gotta do this. Anyway, let's move on. Now, the butterfly effect. You can hear someone in the distance, Nakafarizi. Huh. Yeah, okay. What do we say about the butterfly effect? This is about time travel. The start of this movie is superb. Again, another movie with a superb soundtrack. Superb, absolutely excellent. So Ben Affleck, 35 million US dollars this movie made. Ben Affleck, not Ben Affleck, sorry. Ashton Kutcher is in this. Ashton Kutcher put in his own money. Uh, who else is in this movie? Amy Smart, unknown actors. What a fantastic movie. So the butterfly effect, what do I remember from this? Ashton Kutcher's character lived with his mum. She was single. She took care of him. And Ashton Kutcher had neighbors. This other little boy and a sister and another chubby kid. He was friends with the brother and sister, but the younger brother was bad news. Bad news. He was blonde. He was blonde haired. He didn't do many movies after. And the girl, she had in real life she had a Russian name, but they were both American actresses. And the younger brother was just bad news. He was destined for bad things. The chubby guy had a good heart, so they were all one group. And they go, let's. They go down to the basement, and the younger brother finds, look at this, it's a blockbuster. It was dynamite. And he says, let's blow the shit out of something. Yeah. And so, and my dad, I remember my dad saying, Gringo, yeah, I remember what happens here. So they're all watching. They go to this house, just they pick out a house. I don't know where this suburb was, Ohio, Cincinnati, who knows where. They're waiting on the other side of the road behind trees or brushes. And the younger brother says to the chubby guy, you go put it in. Oh, why me? You put the blockbuster in. Put it in the mailbox. They wanted to see the mailbox blow up. Yeah, sad. And Ashton Kutcher's character, it wasn't Ashton Kutcher, it was a younger actor then, uh, Joseph Amadori. That was, again, these actors never did anything after this except Ashton Kutcher. The young woman, she was in love with him. She was with blonde hair. And I think he holds her hand to protect her from the fright of the explosion. The younger brother looks at him like, why are you touching my sister for? The chubby guy, the chubby guy by then had put the blockbuster, the dynamite, inside the mailbox. But what happened, Ashton Kutcher's character had a cigarette. And you're saying, was Zakynthos, why do we care if he had a cigarette? You'll find out why. He had a cigarette. Just before the mailbox explodes, the cigarette falls on Ashton Kutcher's stomach. It burns through the jumper like this, and it leaves a mark on his stomach. Not a big mark, just like a, you know, and it leaves a burn mark from the cigarette. He goes, and he goes like this. The thing explodes. No, hang on, no, before it explodes, the mother and the mother and the baby come out to check the mailbox. What do you think happened? Next thing in the movie, boom, the whole screen goes black, and Ashton Kutcher's character's on the. He's bleeding through the nose because he gets nosebleeds. He has trouble remembering stuff. Oh, what happened? Oh, God. Ashton, wake up. Ashton, wake up. Evan was his name in the movie. Evan. What happened? What happened? And so they then they go to the cinema. Nothing was said of that after that. There was a report, cops, this and that. They go to the cinema. Ashton Kutcher's character, Evan. Kaylee is the girl, played by the American Russian actress. The younger brother who was bad, they all went to the cinema. And Ashton Kutcher, Evan goes, what happened that day at the mailbox? He grabs Ashton Kutcher's character by the, don't you fucking ever mention that shit again. Sorry for my language. Don't you ever fucking mention it. Don't you ever mention that shit. And he goes, Kaylee, what happened to the girl? You really don't remember, do you? You're so lucky. And yeah, just, and then Ashton Kutcher's character was in love with this girl, and he says to her outside, he went outside, they couldn't stop. Inside the movie, the younger brother was throwing stuff at other people. You're shit, you're fat, you're this, you're that. And they're telling him, be quiet. No, you shut up, faggot. He was very rude. This younger brother was very rude. The sister was a nice person. The chubby guy he was afraid. He was afraid of everything. Anyway, Evan comes out. They're in their late 18s, 20s with the girl. And she shows him the bruises that she had from the beatings of the dad. Go, you don't deserve this. You deserve so much better. I deserve what I get. You're so beautiful. They kiss, they this. He comes out, he sees it, goes, and the younger brother says, what the fuck are you doing? And these other guys outside near the cafeteria go, what the fuck are you doing? And they trip him over. They trip over the bad guy, the younger brother. Mate, no. It's like saying, throw a punch at a bikie. This guy, the younger brother, gets up. He gets one of the poles. You know how you divide the crowd into aisles and they got the poles with the ribbon? He grabs one of the poles. Bang in the head. Bang. And these other girls, stop it, leave it. Bang. The security guards grab the young brother. And he's like this. And it is the most frightening thing you've ever seen, the look on his face. This is how bad I'm. He loved it. And you see Joseph Amadori, the character, just looked like that. Like Ashton Kutcher's character in her, just like so frightened. The years passed, and what happened, I won't spoil anymore. This is the start of the movie. He moves out. The mother knew the story about the mailbox, and she knew there was something fishy. She goes, I bet you all the tea in China, my son was involved in this incident. And I know my son's, and he was a good boy. But it's the friends that you have. Spirit. It's the friends that you have. She's gone for a long time, this review. I'm sorry about that, but it doesn't matter. She says to her son in the car, we're moving. So at the end of the cinema, the mother comes and picks them all up. She says to him, we're moving. We're leaving from here. She had nothing against the kids personally, but I don't want my son in this part of the neighborhood. She heard the news of the thing, and the mother and the baby had died from the thing blowing up. No one ever knew what happened. No one was held responsible. According to the film, and it's just fiction anyway, no one was held responsible. They played a prank, but they didn't expect what happened to happen. That the mother and the baby would go out to check the mail at that point in time. As they're moving out, the young girl, Kaylee, was running down the street, and he's in the car in a truck, in a van. The mother's driving. The young Ashton Kutcher, he looks at the window, and she looks at him, where are you going? And he was so upset. He writes a thing on a sketch pad. Dion, this is unreal, but you probably remember it. I will come back for you. And that's how the start of the movie was. It wrote, I think it was, I will come back for you. The old lady reckons this movie was superb at the start. Anyway, the years pass, they go 10 years later, whatever. Then they show, and this is the first time I saw Ashton Kutcher as an actor in 2003. I remember that day clear as mud. I was working at Telstra. I downloaded the movie from LimeWire, and it was about, and it changed, mate, it changed my life. It was just unreal. But there's a bit of one or two malakis in the movie, but yeah. So it shows Ashton Kutcher for the first time, and I'm looking at him that day in 2003. I'm watching it. Oh, this is Ashton Kutcher. This is Dude, Where's My Car? That movie, and I never watched it. Dude, Where's My Car? And yeah, and he's in a university lecture theater doing an exam, a test. And it looks like he was very intelligent, and it looks like he was doing an exam on neurology or something. So part of a medical study, he was studying memory loss. Surprise, surprise. Why? Because it's a time travel movie. There's no time travel yet. Now we're spoiling it. So you notice the movies that I spoil are the ones that are the best movies. He does a thing. All right, everybody, time the lecturer says everybody time's up. And you too, Mr. Anton, we're all in the same time zone here. And then he says to Ashton Kutcher, Evan, how'd you do in your test? I don't know. And the doctor lecturer says, hopefully you can solve the future of the memory thing. And Ashton Kutcher goes, I've got no choice. And the doctor looks at him like, the lecturer goes, if you say so. And it's all this happy music, and Ashton Kutcher goes into his dorm, and there's this fat guy, and he's playing the rock music, doom, 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 and this guy had a girl in there doing, and it's all smelly. This girl gets up, she was dressed very badly, you know. The fat guy was his doormate. He was a good guy. Hair poked out, hair like this. He looked like a freak, but he was his dormitory partner. And she gets up, she goes, "You're the one that fucked up the anthropology test." What's Ashton Kutcher to blame? Because you're a bitch. What test did he fuck up? And apparently he did so. I think the Dion may work this out. He did so well in the test that it must have everybody else. If the Ashton Kutcher got similar scores as everybody else in that room, say 30, 40 people, we all did bad. He just cleaned up so the rest, mate, they'd do it again. Well, hang on, you know, that's what she meant. It's in the movie. It says you fucked up the anthropology major or whatever, or something, or he didn't help. I think it's that the average he lifted because he. Well, what's he to blame if he's studying? If the rest of you are not studying, whatever, and he's studying, so. And then what happened? They went. The reason, because people will not watch this. Now I know that people watch it because I'm not spoiling. This is the start of it. It's incredible. So him and his mate, he said to him, I haven't had a blackout in 7 years. Ashton Kutcher said it. Ashton Kutcher himself, the actor, I haven't had it in black because he kept getting blackouts. I haven't had a blackout in 7 years. And the mate with all this big hair and this big guy, yeah, that's fantastic. Let's go out, have a party. So they go play pool with these other two girls. And there's this group of guys, you know, these high school jocks, college, and they're making fun of him because he looks like a freak. What the fuck is this freak doing in my butt? Get out of here. Sorry for the language, it's how they were speaking. And they threw something at the bad guy. Not at Ashton Kutcher. They didn't have anything against Ashton Kutcher's character. It was him. They saw him as a freak, big, fat, who knows. Harry, remember? Yeah. The bad guy, what does he do? He goes, I'll take a turn this time, an extra turn. Ashton Kutcher didn't mind. It's only a game. I mean, they're not. He does the pool stick and makes the ball go up and bang into their table and splatters all their drinks. The college guy goes, what the fuck, motherfucker? And this guy, his Ashton Kutcher's friend, what the fuck's your problem, mate, you fucking cocks? You know, starts abusing. And they were scared. They didn't intimidate him anymore after that. Anyway, he went with that girl. Ashton Kutcher went with this other nice girl. They went back to his room, the dorm. And she was a nice girl. They sit together and she goes, do you have any beers? I go, no, not really. I don't drink much. She looks under his bed and she pulls out a box. Guess what was in the box? Diaries. Guess what the diaries of? He used to write a diary of what he used to do in the past. She goes, read it to me. Oh, no, I don't want to read it. He pulls it. This is stuff he had written all his childhood because he was told to write this stuff because he used to have blackouts. So he reads it, and I won't spoil it anymore, just this bit I'll say. He reads it. She's there next to him. Now remember, they're filming it, and this is an excellent effect. Oh, my dog Crockett. We were with Crockett that day, my dog, and I'm not sure what happened. What had happened? That he wrote about something that happened in the past, where the younger brother and Kaylee in that. Now remember, he'd forgotten about them. He started reading it, As he's reading it, the page it starts doing like this. And then the camera shows both him and her sitting on the bed. And she's like, yeah. And what's happening? The room starts to pull and pull. And he's dragged back into the past. Crockett and someone had taught, so that day they were in the junkyard. It was in the back alleys of a park, or there's all shrub. The younger brother was so bad, he had tied up the dog in a thing about to torture the dog. Crockett, what's going on? The younger brother, why did you have to mess with my sister? Why'd you have to kiss her? Bang! With a bat across the face. Or something like that. And there was a part with, that's what, when he did the cigarette and it landed on here, he wakes up and he goes, the cigarette burn was still on his chest. This happened in the past. The book, the diaries, acted as a portal into the past, and he had time travel. He could go back in time. And so he would go back in time and try to change this, change that. It's called chaos theory, the butterfly effect. That's why it was called the butterfly effect. So chaos theory is when it says at the start of the movie, the wings of a butterfly can cause a tornado on the other side of the world. Basically, one event leads to another. Because we sacked one coach, we hired Matthew Nicks. If we never sacked Don Pike, Matthew Nicks may have gone to another club. It's a different future. It's the butterfly effect. Minority Report is another one that I should have had on the list. Tom Cruise. So Tom Cruise, he throws the ball along this pipe. So they're in this room, this futuristic room where he moves things around, and it's a ball, like a massive marble. And Tom Cruise is trying to explain time travel as well. If it didn't happen, will it happen? Whatever. Tom Cruise rolls the ball, and Colin Farrell grabs it. And Tom Cruise goes, "Why'd you grab it?" Because it was going to fall. And Tom Cruise goes, "How do you know it was going to fall?" Well, because it was, but you grabbed it. And this Minority Report, you prevent crime. If we prevent it, again, how do you know it's going to be sin? So it's the same thing. One, we know that I've had said this to Harold. And the other thing, there's a Denzel Washington movie, Deja Vu, and Denzel Washington says it, by changing one thing, you don't change anything. If it's meant to happen, it's meant to happen. If you change it, it'll recorrect itself. It'll still come to the same event. World War II was always going to, Hitler was always going to become what he became. No. Always. No one was going to prevent it. I'm on this computer today. I love being on the computer. Who's going to prevent it? No one. It's and that's the one Denzel Washington said, and I've seen it with my own eyes. By changing it, they went to change something in the movie that get him to read the note, so he didn't even see the note. By changing one thing, the character in the movie that Denzel Washington was trying to prevent dying still happened, and the butterfly effect is the same. But the butterfly effect is he changed this, changed that. Other things then changed for the worst. I don't want to spoil anymore. It's a fantastic, and the soundtrack is super. So yeah, let's move on. Alien. Yeah, okay. Number 10. Aliens. Yep, Aliens. What can you say? This is the 1986 movie, and so we'll just put in there. Yeah, Aliens. What a fantastic movie. Yeah, so Angry Joe reckons of all the movies he's seen, this is the best ever. He's talking about science fiction. My dad loves this movie as well. Uh, so this is the sequel. There have been three, four, five. You've got Alien, which was the 1978 one. This one, Aliens 1986. You had Aliens or Alien 3, which came out in 92. There was Alien 4 and Alien 5. Then you got the Prometheus ones. Now you got an Alien TV series that Disney's coming out with in 2025. They reckon that one looks great. So there could be six or I've seen there are two new Alien movies, Prometheus and another one. Michael Fassbender's in it. But this one here, yeah. So the first movie was a little bit gross. I remember watching it at one of Noah's brother's house back in the 70s. And so the premise of this movie is probably whoever's watching this video, they know what the premise is. But for those that don't, the first one was filmed in 78. James Cameron did it. No one knew what a cult following this would have. And this is another one, a chef's kiss, whoever invented it, an alien in space. And it had on the computer game back in the 80s, no one can hear you scream because you're in space. Ah, the crows are losing. Ah, yeah, all we can do is scream. Fucking screaming horror, motherfuckers. You should be ashamed of yourselves. How that club's gone about things is shocking. Anyway, yeah, so Alien. So these people on a starship are doing their thing, and they get a distress beacon. This is the first movie in 78. They get a distress beacon, and that starship goes to a planet. We homed in on its beacon. Harold, you've heard that, haven't you? We homed in on its beacon. Again, it's a beacon or a transponder or something. It's like someone farted, off you go, chase after it. Doesn't matter what the consequences are. Don't worry about it. You'll be okay. You go, I'm a Marine. Of course you are. Yes, Dicker. So it's so the homing on its beacon, the starship lands, and the effects were not bad for the day in 78. It's a massive starship. It's like a cruiser, a bulk carrier. Now Dion knows what bulk means. It's got cargo and stuff. It's more a cargo ship than a starship. It lands, then a rover comes out, and a guy and a woman go to investigate. They come across the alien ship that was giving off a transponder signal. And of course, what do? What we're all going to do, go into the alien ship to see what it is. We can't mind our own business. Of course, we wouldn't, otherwise, it wouldn't be a movie. And my dad would say in Greek, that's why there's a movie and it's full of bullshit. So they go into the alien ship. And as he's looking, and this is in all the alien movies, there's these eggs. You don't have to be Einstein to work out what happens. This guy is in an astronaut suit. He's looking at the egg and he sees something move in the egg. In the space of 10 seconds, boom, this thing bursts out of the egg and bursts through his helmet and suctions onto his face. And, they don't know. They bring the guy back. They shouldn't have, because you got quarantine rules. They bring him back. Are you okay? They have dinner that night. They all start eating. He's like this. They don't realize what he has inside his body. He's feeding whatever it is. Oh, are you okay? Yeah, they take off his top. And I was there watching it at Tonsley Park back in 78, and I just looked away. Mate, I just looked away. I said, no, 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 no. And it was horrific. It's the most horrific thing I've ever seen. And this little thing running around, no bigger than my hand, but the jaws, my God, a cat. This thing had jaws 100 times more cutthroat than a cat. Like that. A jaw within a jaw. Like that. It was frightening. Anyway, she was, at the end of the first Alien movie, she was the only one left. So when they came out with this second Aliens movie, I remember being at the harbour one day with my parents, and they had the magazine. And it says they were advertising, it was a magazine, movies magazine, and they were advertising Aliens. And she's got their quote, she thought the nightmare had ended. It hadn't even begun. So she killed that alien, got rid of it. And this is where the Aliens movie comes in. The start of the Aliens movie, she is in a capsule because she ejected herself from the ship. The whole bulk cruiser, she blew it up, and the alien was in it. It was only her and the alien left. after the alien wiped out all the other crew. Tom Skerritt's character, whatever. And this is how the movie starts. And this lovely music, this soundtrack. Dun, 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 dun. I should. I hope I don't get again. You probably get copyright, mate. If I sing Ebony and Ivory, just bang, stop it. Can't we fucking just fucking show something, man? I know you can't because it doesn't belong to you. All right, fair enough. Fuck it. Anyway, you get the drift. Lovely. So her capsule, all of a sudden, this starship or a mining ship comes, grabs it. Now this is in present day, meaning maybe the year 2500, and maybe it was 10. She was floating in space for 7 years. That's what the story is, yeah. So the first, yeah, she's been floating in space for 7 years. No, 57 years. She's been floating in space for 57 years. She's in a cryogenic chamber in this capsule. The miners come in, they carve out, they get into this little capsule, and this guy, sweet, it's covered in ice. 57 years, they didn't even know. She looks the same age because that's what happened. You're frozen, and that one guy says, or the miner, he's in an astronaut suit. Well, guys, looks like our salvage is over because it belongs to her. Anyway, she's taken to a hospital outside of Earth, I think, or somewhere. It's a hospital base orbiting a planet. And she goes, as she wakes up, she goes, where am I? Yeah. And Paul Reiser's character comes in, Mad About You. What a top actor. He comes in, it's suit and tie, young, so young in this movie. This is an 86, this movie. She goes, you don't recognize who you are? I go, I don't recognize this place. She gets up. He brings in her cat. And I don't know what his name was. Cookie, Wheatley. Cookie, how are you? And he's happy. She goes, where am I? How long has it been? Has no one told you? I don't recognize this place. And you don't want to say. Just tell me how long. And he goes, 57 years. 57. You've been floating through the star systems. It extends from the first movie. She's the only one that survived from the first movie. The rest of them were dead. She didn't kill them. But she's the only one that survived from the first movie. She goes, 57 years. You've been floating through the core systems, and Paul Reiser said it's just blind luck that this mining ship happened to find you when they did. You would have been drifting through forever almost. And as she heard the 57 years, I go, oh no, not this again. Oh, and the cat, then it shows the cat, and the cat goes, like that noise. I go, oh no. And she starts in the hospital bed like this, like that, knocking all this equipment out of the way. She takes off her top, and this thing's in. Oh, and I just look away. Every time I show it to I just fast forward that bit. Yeah, because they don't want to see it, and they don't show it much anyway. And it just pops out this alien, and she wakes up, and then the nurse says to her, "Did you have another bad dream?" I go, "Yeah." Do you need any water? You want to go back to sleep? No, I've slept enough, she said. Anyway, so then this is the start of the movie, so I'm not spoiling anything. They haul her into a boardroom meeting. There's a board, and at the back of the board, so you got maybe 15 people in a board meeting. She's standing up, sort of like defending herself, not defending herself, but they're asking what happened in the first movie. Because she worked for the company, she worked for the organization, she was part of the crew. So she might have been a flight attendant, someone else was an engineer, someone was a communications officer, someone else was security, someone else was a doctor. You've got different roles on these ships. Now, in the backdrop, it's cool because they've got Tom Skerritt's character. Dion probably doesn't know from Top Gun, Viper. Viper. Anyway, I won't go there. It's got all the different people that died, including the android. And they ask her, what happened? You said that there was an alien on board, And so the guy that was governing the meeting, he was sitting at the back of the room. He goes, do we know of any of this organism? Have we ever seen an organism like this? And so this woman on the side, one of the members on the side of the table, we haven't seen any organism like this on over 200 surveyed worlds. And she goes, we never found any evidence of this organism on her ship. And she goes, well, that's right, because I blew it out of the goddamn airlock. And then she goes, and you say that it has acid for blood. Yes, that's right. And then Sigourney Weaver goes, look, I know where this is going. She's trying to say, you people think I'm a minder, that I'm mental. When you say this story about this alien and it's got 3 jaws and it's got acid for blood in it, it's killing people and crawling up walls. Fuck, you wouldn't catch me dead, mate. In a star. No, and I've always said to Harold, I would have loved to be an astronaut, be on the moon, go to the stars, but not when you got these things fucking running around left, right, and center. You're on your own in space, and you fucking bang on the window or a starship and go, fuck that, man. So and they go, she goes, I can see where this is going, and then this other guy goes, this is an expensive uh, cargo freighter that you destroyed. I think you actually blew it up. It's, $42 million in adjusted costs, excluding the payload. And then she said, I blew it and I destroyed that organism and your expensive ship. And, people in the cinema probably laughed when they heard that. But hey, this is not some simple airline. This is a cargo freighter. Humongous. Blew up. You blew it up. We want to know why you blew it up. Anyway, she didn't care. She said, you can bill me. So funny, like, what, expect her to pay for it? She's lucky to get out with her life, and so we want compensation for the ship that you blew up. They didn't intimidate that, but anyway, everybody in the audience probably giggled at the moment she says, and your expense, I blew up that and your expensive ship as well. In the end, they tell her, look, we've come to the conclusion that you have lost your license and you'll be doing just maintenance work aboard this city. Because what a joke. She was going to abuse them, but what can you do? That was the verdict that came. It was a court case. That's what happened. And then I think at the end, the director that did the court case, he says, we've got people. Now, the planet that they found the starship on, in the first movie, was called LV-426. And she said it's not an indigenous spacecraft. Indigenous being that it belonged to that planet. It wasn't the people that, it was a derelict. She said, quote, this is not an indigenous spacecraft. It was a derelict spacecraft. We homed in on its beacon. They go, well, we've got people on LV-426 for the last 20 years and they've never complained about any organism. She goes, what people? Well, as he's walking out, they're all walking out. And she stops him. She puts her hand to block the doorway. Other people came past, but she blocked him. And he said politely, well, we've got planet engineers there. Family. She goes, families. And then he said to her, do you mind? Like, move your arm out of the way. It's just so good. And she goes, yes, sorry, Inspector Lewin, what, you got families? So so that night she's sitting in her little concubine, they've got their little units. So she's on board a starport. And she gets a knock on the door. And they go, look, we've lost contact with LV-426. That planet that they went to in 1978. Back then, in the first movie, there was nothing built, maybe one little moon base. It's a whole fucking whole city now. We've lost contact, and of course, again, you don't have to be Einstein to work out what's happened. And she said to them, so it was this Paul Reiser's character comes in, because he works for the company, represents them, and he comes in with this young soldier. Look, we need your help. I'm not going back there. You guys threw me to the wolves. You treated me like shit. You grilled me in the interview. You told me that I'm to blame. I told you about this organism. So we don't know what's going on. We've lost contact with them. If there's an organism or there isn't, we want you to come with us. Please come with us. You'll be, as a consultant, we have an army of soldiers. Now, she remembers from the first movie, what army of soldiers? If it's the same creature that she dealt with on her own, forget it. Not one army. You can have 10 platoons. And future movies that based on this franchise, they look at this organism as very powerful. The weapons, all the major contractors in the world would want this organism because it is deadly. You could have all the machine guns and aircraft carriers, but this thing is devastating. This one single creature, you let it loose somewhere, forget it. Just forget it. You're done and dusted. They said to her, "We want you to come with us." No, I'm not going. You through. Then she, in the middle of the night, she told him to fuck off. In the middle of the night, she's dripping wet. Her skin all, she was sweating. Then she had a bad dream. That thing burst out of her stomach. She gets up. She goes to the intercom. She punches in a card. And they've got a webcam. And it shows Paul Reiser's character. He's waking up. Oh, hello. Oh, Ripley, it's you. Oh. And like this, is exactly like this in the camera. Oh, Ripley, yeah. Gorman, not, I don't know his name, Gorman. Gorman, tell me one thing, yeah. If we go in, and Ripley's like, if we go in, we're going in there to wipe them out. Not to study, not to observe, but to wipe them out. Yeah, you have my word. She goes, I'm in. Bang. She just so rude, just pulls out the card. And so the story begins. And so they all go there, and she meets these soldiers on board this like aircraft carrier that takes off, and there's a there's a there's a how do they call it? A jump jet, the Harrier jump jet inside the aircraft carrier, and this thing that the aircraft carrier lifts up from Earth or from the thing, and they ask her. Then they have a. She meets all the soldiers, and it's a hangar, and there's one vehicle there, one jump jet there, maybe a helicopter there. These soldiers, we're going to kick ass, we're going to do this and that. And they go, Lieutenant Ripley, tell us the story. Michael Biehn's in this movie, the guy from Terminator, the blonde guy. Yeah, well, me and my party, we went there. Uh, we had dinner that night, and she didn't. She starts, and then this Hispanic girl goes, "Look, just stop." And then she said, "Just stop. Just tell me where they are. Pull the trigger." And this other guy, "Yeah, baby, that's right. We're gonna blow these bastards out of the water." Lieutenant Sigourney Weaver's character walks up to her and says, "I hope you're right. I really do. Because if one of these creatures gets on this planet, it wiped out my entire party. If there's more than one, then God help us all." And the Hispanic version, just the actress that plays the soldier, she's like this. And then the Marvel goes, "All right, we've all read Ripley's report. You know what to do. Let's take this seriously. We don't know what's going on down there on this planet. We've lost communication." Yeah, my dad loved it when when it lands, it just yeah. And in the movie, the guy goes, "Game over, man! Game over, man!" Yeah. So, and there's one of it in the movie that says, "Get away from her, you bitch!" When she says it to the alien. So I don't want to spoil anything. So, uh, another one. Yeah. So now we're cooking. Now we're getting to the good stuff. Predator came out in 1987. Fuck, this is a long video. I shit. Doesn't matter. Anybody watching this, pause it, have a drink. YouTube remembers where you're up to as well. What do we got here? Officeworks. Not much. Email. Email is very powerful, but got to be careful with email. You get spam sometimes, and if you click on the wrong link. So, Predator, number 11. Yeah, so this is Arnold Schwarzenegger's best movie. Look, Total Recall should have been in this list as well, which came out in 1990. Only 3 years later, but Predator for me, yeah. So what's Predator about? So Predator is about an alien. There is an alien civilization out there. You have Earth, the normal systems. An alien that comes, they drop this alien onto Earth, into a forest, not in a city, into a rural area in a forest. It's like somewhere in Brazil or whatever, Cambodia or whatever. Yep, they drop her. And these aliens hunt. They're trained to hunt, and they're looking for not opportunity. What's a challenge? This alien, they've dropped it on Earth. It's looking for a challenge. That's what it is. Like a game. It's like a game. These are what you call predator. It's a predator. Predator. Like what I am when I used to walk around at night, streets of Overland Road or whatever. Predator. Yeah, so uh, it's recording. Okay, good. Yeah. It lands, and the way the movie starts, this movie was made by Jim and John Thomas. Now, actually, let's find out who made this movie. Predator. 1987 movie. Yeah, the soundtrack is so good, so fantastic. So, yeah, this is going to be a lot. Okay, it doesn't matter. So let's record the video's recording. Okay, yeah. So, and before we were sidetracked, it came back in 1987. Rotten Tomatoes 80%, IMDb 7.8. Yeah, no wonder. It is so good. This movie is so good. It's on Disney Plus as well. Uh, Arnold Schwarzenegger's in it. Carl Weathers is in it. Uh, Kevin Peter Hall plays the alien. He wears that suit. Uh, Shane Black is in it. Shane Black is the writer for Lethal Weapon, which is somewhere down on my list. Yeah, but yeah, for me, Carl Weathers and Arnold Schwarzenegger, they're both good in this. It's just superb. Uh, so the way the movie starts, and I just, why I saw the credits. I've always seen the credits got John McTiernan. What a wonderful director. Let's delve into John McTiernan. He's the one that directed this movie. He's 73 years old now. What a wonderful director. Born in New York. Uh, American Film Institute was his education. What a wonderful movie. What a fantastic movie, man. The soundtrack. So it looks like, yeah, the other movies he's done is Die Hard. He's done The Hunt for Red October. Yeah, no, yeah. And see again another, yeah. So you're looking at good movies. So John McTiernan directed this movie, but Jim and John Thomas, maybe they wrote the story, not the screenplay, but the story. Jim and John Thomas sounds to me Greek, and they're the same people that did the movie Executive Decision with Steven Seagal, the one with the hijacked jetliner or whatever. What a wonderful movie he directed. That's why it's on this list, and you have to see this one. And my dad again, he loved it. Science fiction movies, my dad he knew that they're bullshit, but he just loved it. So at the start of the movie, it shows it's like in Vietnam or somewhere, or Saigon, on the edge of a beach, old huts, this chopper lands, and this guy, this old man soldiers looking on, all these other Vietnamese, Viet Cong, whatever, just looking on like this. Not, I don't know if it were not based in the Vietnam War, but they look like Viet Cong soldiers, all these Asian guys with the heck, with those yellow hats, and this guy comes out, boom, 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 and this actor goes, "Yeah, now we're going to kick ass today." Because what happened? They called in Arnold Schwarzenegger and his team, a team of mercenaries. They were dropped off by Chopper because a platoon of Green Beret or Black Beret went missing. Now, when a group of Green Beret go missing, we want to know why. Why do they go missing? Well, you don't have to be Einstein. Something happened to them. They just didn't disappear like in invisible, just disappear in thin air. Something happened in the forest, in the jungle. But they had no idea what awaited them. No one knew. And so Carl Weathers and Arnold Schwarzenegger comes in with this old man. He goes, and so Carl Weathers comes in. Well, look at you. Carl Weathers built fucking muscle like this. And they go to shake hands with Schwarzenegger and they do that thing in the air. Who's stronger? Schwarzenegger, muscle, really muscle like this. Carl Weathers like that. And Schwarzenegger beats him. And he goes, "You've been pushing too many pencils, Dylan." Yeah, yeah, that's what the CIA does to me. Carl Weathers blame the CIA. It's good to see you, old friend. We got a platoon, they were missing across the border, we don't know. And then they talk, so Arnold Schwarzenegger says, right, we'll go in and that. Carl Weathers then, so the old man, there was this old man, a good actor, he shows the map, talking to both Carl Weathers' character and Arnold Schwarzenegger's character. They've got this in the hut with a map. Arnold Schwarzenegger says, we're going in. Carl Weathers says, I'm going with you. Lieutenant, you know my men work alone. Sorry, old boy, I'm coming with you, or this ain't happening. All right, Dylan, you're on your own. Anyway, they go and they're all they're all in a chopper. Carl Weathers is with Arnold Schwarzenegger's team, and that Jesse Ventura's in there with this black guy and this other guy, Shane Black, the actor Shane Black, who wrote all the Lethal Weapon films in the 80s, isn't it? Yeah, yeah. And Shane Black wrote the Iron Man movie as well, the one that came out. So Jesse Ventura, they're all in the chopper, all cozy together, opposite fire, one group of chairs on one side of the chopper, the other. And Jesse Ventura goes up to Carl Weathers and spits on his shoe. And Carl Weathers says, that's a nasty habit you got there. And Jesse Ventura just laughs. Anyway, no hard feelings, you know. And you hear the pilot, all right, we're coming up on the drop zone, sir. All right, get ready. All right, everyone, get ready. That's Schwarzenegger. Angry Joe does a superb impersonation of Arnold Schwarzenegger's character. So they jump out of the chopper, they come down the ropes, the chopper disappears, and they start examining the surroundings. The movie, it's 15 or 20 minutes in, then daylight comes. They find the chopper, the downed chopper of the team. They can't find the Green Beret team anywhere. I think they found the pilot of the chopper, but that was it. The chopper had been stripped, uh, torn apart. I don't know. And they find Schwarzenegger goes, what happened here? And Schwarzenegger said to Carl Weathers' character, these were Green Beret. This is not just your average local police party. These were Green Berets. Where are they? Who the fuck did this? And then he got angry. They got angry with each other. And then Carl Weathers said, my men were in that chopper. Yeah. Because my men were in that chopper. Later on in the movie, they get to this other place, and Arnold Schwarzenegger's character is looking around in this hut, this different hut. I won't spoil it. And Arnold Schwarzenegger knew that he got a little bit shafted. Carl Weathers was happy, and he's looking for a particular paper, and he grabs Carl Weathers with one hand, and he throws Carl Weathers against the wall. You set us up! And he goes, my men, they would have been across the border with this stuff. And then he says to him, I used to know you, Dylan. And then Carl Weathers says, I used you to get the job done because you're an asset. You're an expendable asset. And Arnold Schwarzenegger goes, my men are not expendable. We don't do this kind of work. This is such a fucking good movie. It says like Carl Weathers is so good in this. I used you to get the job done because you're an asset. You're an expendable asset. Like really, really good. And there's another part where so they try to set up a trap for the predator. Like you're in the forest and Carl Weathers goes, well, is this Boy Scout stuff really going to work? And then Arnold Schwarzenegger said to him, instead of complaining, why don't you help us? And Carl Weathers goes, it's so good. Yeah, so it's really good. So that's a fantastic movie. And yeah, so yeah, here we go. Yeah. The next one. Uh, number 12, Inception, 2009. Sorry. Yeah, so Inception. Fuck, we're at 12. God, it's going to be a long video. Fucking me, the menos already bloody. It's not even. Lucky we started this in the morning. Lucky. Oh God, what happens if I do a TV series? It won't be as long as this, surely. Probably because you got all these, got 6 or 7 seasons in each series. So anyway, Inception. Dion has seen this when he was younger. Uh, yeah, what a wonderful. I mean, when you talk of soundtracks, this nothing beats it. So there's a guy called Hans Zimmer that did the music. Christopher Nolan directed this movie. It came out in 2000. Nothing of the kind had ever come out before it. This won a lot of audio awards. It won 2, 3, 4 awards. Leonardo DiCaprio's in it. Joseph Gordon-Levitt's in it. Ellen Page is in it. The Japanese guy is in it. I'm not sure what his name is. He was in Batman Begins as well. This Japanese guy is a top actor as well. Uh, Marion Cotillard's in it. This French woman our age. Great actress. She was. And these French women, no bullshit, they know how to act. They're really, and they are superb. So in this movie, I'd watched the start of this movie not long ago. So the way this movie starts is it shows Dom Cobb, which is the character played by Leonardo DiCaprio. He's on the beach. He's in a jacket, jeans, his face down on the water, half wasted, you know. And people probably realize he's in a dream, or maybe not. And these two soldiers, Japanese soldiers, they go to check if he's dead. They poke a gun, an AK-47 in his back, and they say, "Ajuga bang, jump, bing, jump up, jump, jump." And so they drag him to this building, and there's this Japanese guy, our age, and someone once told me of a very radical notion about a dream, and Leonardo DiCaprio is eating. They gave him some food to eat, and this was what had happened. The start of the movie is basically the way it ended, but they were going to then go back to the, and then he wakes up, sort of wakes up, and Leonardo DiCaprio is talking to the same Asian guy, him in the room. I could tell you about your dream. I can tell you everything about your dream. I can break into your dream. I know every secret you have, but you have to be honest with me. So DiCaprio and Joseph Gordon-Levitt are a team. They break into people's dreams. They can get their secrets from their minds, whatever. And he goes, if you have a secret in there, I have to know about it, say Leonardo DiCaprio. The Asian guy, gentlemen, I have to go. I'll leave you. He goes off to his party. Joseph Gordon-Levitt says to DiCaprio, I think he knows. I hope not. And then I think one of them says, what's going on up there? The whole room is shaking because they're in a dream within a dream. Up, the next dream up, which is the actual dream, is explosions somewhere in South America. There's building explosions outside, and DiCaprio is in a chair asleep. And then they go, you have to wake him up. So they push his chair. He's got a chair, and there's a bathtub of water. They make him fall into the bathtub to wake up. So in the dream, he's in this building, in this room where they had the party, and all this water starts pouring in because in the level above, in the other dream, they're going to wake him up. They say, wake him up with water. You dunk him. So, yeah. And the beauty of this movie is it's called Inception because so Dom Cobb, the character, is on the run because he owes money to an organization. It's a civil engineering company or something, billions of dollars. And a dream within a dream, he wakes up in a train, a high-speed train in Tokyo, Japan. Joseph Gordon-Levitt is opposite him, and there's a young Japanese boy who was controlling the equipment. It's a silver bowl with buttons, and it's this tube that goes up and down. He goes, I'm going to get out of here. And Joseph Gordon-Levitt said to him, look, he's not going to check every carriage. He goes, then Leonardo DiCaprio says, well, I don't like trains. So they get out. Anyway, they're on the run from this Japanese guy. They did a job for him. They put him under in a dream sequence. They all went into the same dream that he's in. That's the whole point of this movie. But you could do a dream within a dream. So you're dreaming, and then now my parents would say, nah, just doesn't happen. And in real life, probably doesn't. So so what happened that night? Tokyo it's a very beautiful city, Tokyo. Japan is a beautiful city, I reckon. All of Japan as a country is beautiful. Tokyo has all these sky rises, and there's a helicopter that's landed on a sky rise at night. Leonardo DiCaprio and Joseph Gordon-Levitt's characters go to board the helicopter. Guess who's on the helicopter? The Japanese guy. And they'd captured one of his mates. He sold you out, this guy. Sorry, boys. And DiCaprio's upset. They knew what's going to happen with us now. Joseph Gordon-Levitt. Anyway, the Japanese guy said to them, this is the start of the movie, so I'm not spoiling it. Come inside, let's have a talk. And they went inside, and they sit in the chopper, both Joseph Gordon-Levitt and DiCaprio, with the Japanese guy. And they asked, DiCaprio said, what are you going to do with him? He goes, nothing. And he meant said nothing. We'll just throw him somewhere. We're not going to kill him, They messed him up a bit, but But he goes, for you, it's going to be different, the Japanese guy said. And then he mentions the word inception. And the Japanese guy, inception, is it possible? Joseph Gordon-Levitt says, I'll put a word in your head. If I mention the word Elvis, what do you think about Elvis? That's because I put the idea in your head. Then DiCaprio says, not necessarily. And the Japanese guy looks at DiCaprio like, we're on the same wavelength. You can change somebody's mind. That's what put an idea in there, but an idea that sticks in his head. And he says, the Japanese guy says to DiCaprio, I have a main competitor. And in a few years' time, his company is going to become big. We won't be able to compete against them. His father's about to die, and the son's going to inherit the company. We need the son to break up his father's empire. And DiCaprio says, do I have a choice? You do have a choice. Or when you go back to the USA, you get arrested. And DiCaprio leaves. And they both leave. Joseph Gordon-Levitt, DiCaprio leaves. And the Japanese guy gets out of the chopper as well. Just like Inception. And DiCaprio says, if I can do this, if I even could do it, how can you guarantee? Because he needed safe passage back to America from the mining company, the civil engineering company that was after him for a job that went sour, a dream sequence job. I can do it, but I can. DiCaprio goes, all right. Assemble your team, Mr. Cobb, like Mr. DiCaprio, and choose your people more wisely, not like the one that sold you out, but the way I found you. So, but then they'd become good friends with the Japanese guy after that. And so Dom Cobb, DiCaprio had to find different people. He had to find people he works with. So Joseph Gordon-Levitt, yes. Ellen Page, he had to find her from France. So DiCaprio travels to France because his father-in-law is a lecturer at an architecture firm in France. Now, DiCaprio was married to a girl. She will appear later on in the movie. And, Michael Caine is the character. He says, look, what are you doing here? I need someone, an architect, better than me. Why? I keep seeing your daughter. I keep seeing Molly in my dreams. Your daughter-in-law. Michael Caine goes, please just get out of that business. Come back to reality, he says to him. I can't. There are very powerful people. They are after me. If I get this job done, then I'm free. I need an architect who is better than me. And Michael Caine goes, I've got someone better. And he goes, Ariadne, come here. And Ellen Page is from X-Men Days of Future Past, the girl that tried to set up the time travel thing. She meets Cobb, they shake hands, and he goes, what we do technically is not legal. He goes, I want you to do a test. I want you to draw a maze. She said to her, I want you to draw a maze that takes less than 3 minutes to solve. So if you're drawing a line through the maze and I can get out of it, you fail. She does a maze, a square one, like like Labyrinth, a two-dimensional labyrinth, where any so the DiCaprio draws through, nah, just not good enough. She got offended, of course, as women do. She reverses the pad, the sketch pad, and she writes on the hard side. She does a circle like the Maze Runner one. He's like that, drawing it. He couldn't get out. That's more like it. He hired her. Then he goes and meets Tom Hardy. No one knew who Tom Hardy was. Christopher Nolan discovered this guy, and he's a top actor. It's a young British actor. Out all these guys are in their mid 30s, whatever, late 30s now. But in those days, everyone's in their late 20s. He goes to me. I got some guy I want to meet in Mombasa, in Algeria, Morocco, near Morocco. He sits down with Tom Hardy. There's all these Muslims, blah, blah, blah. And he goes to Tom Hardy, have you done it before? Inception. Well, it's pretty hard. It can be done, but you really got to be serious about it. It's not hard, but the idea has to take place. You have to be clear about what you're putting inside, what idea you're putting inside someone's mind. And they got him. Anyway, they show the young gentleman that they have to put the idea inside, and what a wonderful actor. Cillian Murphy. It shows the part where he's very wealthy, and the lawyer says, look, we have to talk about the will, not now. But look, Cillian, we have to talk about the will, not now. And the old man got the son put a drawing on the table next to him, and the son, he doesn't even know he doesn't even care about me. The old man's almost gone. Anyway, to cut a story short, they board a plane. They find out when the son is, they find out that the father passed away, touch wood, and the funeral's going to be in Los Angeles or somewhere. It's a 12-hour flight on the plane. The Japanese guy says, I own the plane and we'll have the whole thing, whole top section to ourselves. So Leonardo DiCaprio, Joseph Gordon-Levitt, the Japanese guy, he goes, I'm coming with yous. The chick, Tom Hardy, and there's a girl that she controls the gadget when she puts everyone under. The girl is related to Christopher Nolan. I checked the name. It had Nolan as well. Yeah, very good. She's a very so they go in and yeah, so they try to change his mind, and at the end of the movie, there's one bit where I won't spoil it, but he cries, and the father's in bed. I didn't want you to break up the company, but he goes, I never wanted you to become like me, the businessman that I was, because I always loved you. And Cillian Murphy starts crying, and the world around them is just exploding. It's just evaporating because they're in a dream within a dream. And yeah, it's really good. The end of the movie, yes. So it's really good. Let's move on. Yeah, and that's Inception for you. So don't want to spoil it, and there's too much to talk about anyway. So let's move on. It's at number 12. Yep. Okay. Winter Soldier. So move this down a bit. Make it a bit small. Captain America: The Winter Soldier. Yeah. So again, another mate. When you talk of soundtracks, I was listening to the soundtrack of this last night because I was bored at 10 o'clock. And the way it starts, God, I hope I don't get copyright. What a great soundtrack. Yeah, fantastic sound. If you want to listen to soundtrack or music, type in Captain America: The Winter Soldier. So good. Uh, so you have. Let's talk about the Avengers movies. Iron Man was good, and this is so much better. The rest are stupid. Avengers, Endgame, Infinity War, others in between. Captain America, the first Avenger, which came out 2011. This movie is a sequel. The Captain America, the Winter Soldier. Let's get this right. Captain America, the Winter Soldier, which came out in 2014, is a sequel to the 2011 one, Captain America, the First Avenger. The First Avenger, that movie is a origin story that tells of Chris Evans being Captain America. Uh, Iron Man came out 2008. That was the first Avengers movie. But this one here is just so good. And everybody has said it years ago that all of IG, this is the best movie of all the Avengers. Why? The soundtrack is superb. The Winter Soldier. It's an interesting premise. So in the first movie, the Captain America is played by Chris Evans. The Winter Soldier is played by Sebastian Stan. He's a good actor. Didn't do much, but he's good. And they were good friends in the first movie. They went together in the army. Uh, Captain America was given a potion to make him. They wanted to try this potion to turn someone into a super soldier. And they picked out all these people. They picked out the bravest person who got picked on all the time, but he was the bravest. How did they know he was the bravest? Because in the first movie, there was an army sequence in a base camp, and someone throws a grenade in front of all the soldiers, about 30 of them. What does Chris Evans' character do? He was very thin. He jumps on the grenade to save everyone else. And the captain, the guy training, was like, mm, "There's your man. This is who we turn into a super soldier. He's willing to risk his life." Yeah. Harold, it blows your mind, eh? Yeah. And anyway, the other friend that Chris Evans had in the first movie was Sebastian Stan. They were good friends. And Sebastian Stan says to him in the first movie, "I'll be with you till the end of the line." At the end of the first movie, they have a fight with Nazis, whatever. Sebastian Stan's character falls off the train, goes down a cliff. Chris Evans is so upset, this and that. It doesn't happen. And who is the Winter Soldier in the second movie? Sebastian Stan. So the way it starts, Captain America's doing laps in Washington, running. Washington, it shows the Washington building. I think at the lake there, he's running around, and Andrew Mackie's character's just running. Went past you. And my dad was laughing. Went past you again. Oh, come on. And then Scarlett Johansson rocks up in the Porsche. And they're both there. And, Anthony Mackie, the African American actor, is looking on like, who's this bird? And now Chris Evans knew who he was, and he wasn't really pleased. She stops the car, she goes, "Hey guys." Anthony Mackie goes, "Hello, I'm looking for an old fossil. Have you seen one around here?" Chris Evans goes, "Yeah, that's hilarious." Because he's an old fossil. He's been alive for like 50, 60, 100 years in World War II, you know what I mean? And anyway, one of the bosses, so you got Robert Redford in the movie. Again, superb. And you've got Samuel L. Jackson. So these two work for SHIELD. SHIELD is an organization that is they control the Avengers, they organize the Avengers, but SHIELD is much more. It's a government agency that tries to protect good. And SHIELD, the organization, is used in all other movies in the Avengers. So you have DC Comics, or the DC Extended Universe, and you have Avengers. Now, people like Angry Joe want DC Comics to do well because he loves Superman. DC Comics is Superman, Batman. Uh, Now, Spider-Man is interesting because Spider-Man is Sony and it's in the Marvel as well. But anyway, it's beside the point. So you got Samuel L. Jackson's character, and you got Robert Redford, and Robert Redford is the big boss. And what happens was they tried to take out, at the start of the movie, they tried to take out Samuel L. Jackson's character. And in the end, it shows the Winter Soldier trying to blow him up. And then they said to Chris Evans runs into Scarlett Johansson at the hospital because Samuel L. Jackson's character's in the hospital. He grabs her and he's angry with her. Who the fuck, where have you been? What the fuck's going on? She goes, forget it. This is, I don't know who he is, that he calls himself the Winter Soldier. And during the movie, Chris Evans goes, Bucky? Bucky's Bucky Barnes. And he goes, who's Bucky? The Winter Soldier didn't recognize Chris Evans. And it's, yeah, so that's about it. But the soundtrack of all the soundtracks is superb. If you haven't heard it, don't listen to music. Forget Greek music. Forget Greek music. I've just seen a Malakias. Listen to this soundtrack. Listen to this one. This is a soundtrack. This is a movie. Now, let's move on. What have we got here? 13, 14 here. So, getting a bit tired now, isn't it? 14. Let's see. Casino Royale. Yeah, so this is pretty good, this movie. Yeah, another great movie. The James Bond movies after this have fallen downhill. Dion has a different opinion. Probably he's not the only one that I think a lot of people enjoyed maybe the last two Bond films, but for me, no. Dave Bautista is good, I'm not saying, and Christoph Waltz's character is good, but I'd said it that the James Bond films have gone downhill. That's not because of Daniel Craig. It's the writing, it's the story. The Mission Impossible movies have gone up. That's the difference. And when you talk about gross domestic product, which movies have grossed more, you'll be surprised. So, yeah, Casino Royale. Shit, 2 hours 17. All right. Daniel Craig, this was his first movie, and people thinking, who's this guy? The old lady laughed. You got to be kidding me. My dad loved this movie. So this is about the new James Bond. M is the boss's name. Dame Judith Anderson. Is that her name? What's that woman's name? Casino Royale. 2006 this movie came out. What a great movie. 94% on Rotten Tomatoes. Daniel Craig, Eva Green, Mads Mikkelsen is the bad guy. Judi Dench is her name. That's right, Judi Dench. Yeah, so yeah, and the way this movie starts is he has to infiltrate some embassy in Africa, and he's chasing after this assassin or a bomb maker, and they're jumping through this city sky, the building site, jumping through the building, jumping through hoops, hanging on there. And this African guy is very athletic, like a parkour guy. James Bond's chasing him. In the end, he grabs him, he catches him, and the African guy gets to the embassy, and there's about 6 or 8 African soldiers. James Bond puts a gun to the African assassin, bomb maker, and then he shoots the gun at a gas cylinder. There happened to be a gas cylinder. Now, what happens when you shoot a gas cylinder? Again, you don't have to be Einstein. Boom, everything explodes. All the Africans fly back. He's gone. And it shows the embassy guy fucking half bleeding, spewing. And anyway, it shows M, the Judi Dench's character. She's in an apartment. She comes in, and he's already there. Goes, what are you doing here? And she shows him the paper. We didn't want him dead, we want him captured. How does she say it? Hang on. We wanted him captured, not killed. one bomb maker doesn't tell us anything, you know? And then she says to him, Bond, this may be hard for you to understand. It's easy to kill a thug, but let's just take things slowly, get information from them, that sort of thing. And he goes, sorry, ma'am. You call her ma'am, that's what they call her, because she's the boss. As Bond's leaving, she says to him, and Bond, don't ever break into my house again. Yes, ma'am. Anyway, so the bad guy, they introduce him. Mads Mikkelsen's character is a poker player, very, in terms of mathematics, highly intelligent. And they go, we need you to infiltrate, a casino, enter a tournament in Serbia, Montenegro, where this tournament will be held $150 million. But so he meets this girl, Eva Green. She works for the agency as well, MI6. And they start giving each other a little bit of polite shit on the train. Go, who are you? I'm the accountant. Who are you? And she goes, looking at the way you dress, you're intelligent, you're sophisticated. And he said to her, the way you dress like a man. You don't want to be, you want to be taken seriously. You want authority. And she says to him, according to you, because you got a Rolex watch, they give shit to each other. It was just superb. And so they play casino, they play poker at the tournament. Daniel Craig is sitting opposite the bad guy. There's a guy that looks like a Roberto Baggio that deals the cards. There's other actors there, a black guy, a white guy, and it shows the bad guy. He flips the chips over his fingers, like it's just unreal. It was incredible how he did it. So yeah, it's a good movie. I won't spoil it. So yeah, yeah. The next one is from number 15. Into Darkness. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Star Trek 2 Into Darkness. I just maybe pull a bit there. Yeah, so this is the sequel to the where are we? Where are we? Where are we? The number 4 Star Trek 2009 movie. Yeah, this is superb as well. This may even be better. But Benedict Cumberbatch is in this movie. So what the premise of the second movie is that Benedict Cumberbatch was part of Starfleet Academy, but he went rogue. And I haven't seen it in a while, but they capture him, they bring him back to the Starship Enterprise, Spock and Kirk. And Chris Pine says to Benedict Cumberbatch, uh, what did he say exactly? They start grilling about stuff, so yeah, this is getting tiring. Star Trek 2. Benedict Cumberbatch's character killed a few people, bombed this and that. He killed his captain. That's why Chris Pine hates him. He killed Bruce Greenwood's character. And as you'll find out further in the film, the bad guy isn't really Benedict Cumberbatch, it's someone else. So that's about it. We'll move on. Number 16. Yeah. Have I spelled this correctly? I haven't scorched. Yeah, pronounce that. If I spell it here, it's not how it's pronounced. Scorch. Yeah, okay. Scorch. Yeah. Scorch. Yes, so Maze Runner Scorch Trials. Now, this is the second movie in the trilogy. The first one is just called Maze Runner. The first one is good. The second one, I think, is better. Some people will say the first one is better. I think the second one is better because it introduces these other two characters. One is Giancarlo Esposito. Is that right? Let me see. Just get that right here. Maze Runner. Yeah, the Scorch. So this came out in 2015, and oh my God, he was in this, really? Huh. Cast. Yeah, Giancarlo Esposito's in it. Yeah. Really, she was in it as well. Yeah. Oh, wow, a lot of girls were in this. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so Thomas Brody Sangster's in it. Dylan O'Brien's in it. Kaya Scodelario in it. Jacob Lofland, who's in Landman on Paramount, he's in it. Yeah, a lot of people. Aidan Gillen's in it, the bad guy. Yeah, so the first Maze Runner, what happened was a little bit like Divergent, I guess. The world had ended. A scorched earth, maybe. A virus, a virus and the heat destroyed all of Earth. And maybe a new civilization was born to some extent. But the kids that came out, they put them in a maze in the first movie. So the reason they put them in a maze is so that they could see how they could survive for themselves, how they could adapt, how they interact with other kids, and that's why the first movie was called Maze Runner. And the end of the first movie, they said, look, that's why we could put your kids hate our guts for it, and kids died in the maze, but that's why we put your kids in there. Now the second one is at the end of the maze. Scorched Trials is at the end of the first one. It shows the maze from the outside. It's all a desert world, but it shows the maze. Anyway, they bring them to this building, and there are zombies in the second movie. And so what the people rescued them. They rescued them from the maze. The few that got out of the maze anyway, you had to get through the maze and what other stuff. And the chopper brought them to this building at night. Again, it's all a desert world, and you got these zombies running, like zombies chasing. Get inside the hangar, this massive hangar. The kids, the 6 or 7 remaining kids from the first movie, run into the building, and then the title of Maze Runner, Scorched Trials comes up like that. And this bad guy introduces himself. My name's Aidan Gillen. I don't know what his name was, something thing. And we've rescued you from Wicked. Wicked was the organization that had them in the first movie. That Wicked is good, but they weren't good. And I'll probably spoil it a bit, but doesn't matter. These kids, my dad liked it. He was watching as well. These kids, they did this. I remember that they made them have a shower. They got clean, this and that. They go, this is where you'll be living now. We'll be taking care of you. We'll do tests on you, make you healthy, whatever. Now I know who the little boy is. Yeah, he's older. The Jacob Lofland character says to Dylan O'Brien, the lead actor, come, you want to show you something. And they see these people that are hibernating. They got kids. So it's not just 7 kids they got in this base. They've got like 200 kids from different mazes, it looks like. Girls and boys. And when they sit them down, it's like a theater, a big cafeteria. And the lead actor has this group of actors from the first movie. There are other girls, boys. And the bad guy calls out names. Okay, Peter Mickelson, Darren Jarman, Lisa Peterson. All right, that's all the people we're taking today. They call out 10 names. And others will be spewing. And he goes, don't worry, everybody will get their turn. Don't worry. They'll go to greener pastures. No, that's not what was happening. What happened, and they show this at the start of the film, they are harvesting these kids for their blood. They're harvesting these kids for their blood because they're looking for a cure for the virus. The third movie is called Maze Runner, The Death Cure, and this we'll be reviewing it just after this one. So the Scorched Trials Jacob Laughlin's character, Dylan O'Brien, who's the lead actor, Jacob Laughlin shows him, look at this. What's this? What's this room? All these kids, about 20 of them, harvested. And the woman that was from the first movie, this blonde woman in her 60s, she goes, Aiden, I don't want them to feel any pain. The lead actor goes, he's looking like, oh my God, this place is as bad as the first movie. He runs back, he tells the 6 actors, we're fucked, man, we got to get out of here. Anyway, they get out of there, they find a way, and the bad guy goes, hey man, if you think the Maze Runner was bad, you've got no hope of surviving in the Scorch. If you thought the maze was bad, you won't survive a day in the Scorch. The Scorch is the desert and whatever, because the maze was nothing. But they went and they found Giancarlo Esposito's character and this bird, and then they go here and they discover that there's a what did they? No, they found this other camp and it's on and they meet all these people. Then we go to the third film. Let's check this. Yeah, The Death Cure. Sorry if I'm going through these a bit quicker. I'm a little bit. Yeah, it does drain your brain, doesn't it? The Death Cure, which is the third one, this is excellent. So at the end of the second one, we won't spoil it. One of the characters is taken by the bad guys, and at the end of the second movie, the lead actor Dylan O'Brien says, "I'm going to go to rescue him. Who's coming with me?" And that's how it ends. And they show some guy. I'm in. So the third one, the Death Cure starts, and the way it starts is so if you want to make an excellent movie, you start off with a train sequence. In a train, on a train, there's explosion. Something has have a train in your movie, and you can't go wrong. That means it's a good movie. They've got the kids captured in different carriages in the train. Again, to be harvested elsewhere, whatever. Not harvested, but more to do tests on them. The rebellion led by the lead actor from the second movie, Giancarlo Esposito, the bird, Rose Salazar. They go to rescue the Korean guy, the American Korean kid. That's who they've captured. The bad guys have captured him. That will help all the other ones, but they want him. They get into one of the carriages. They end up splitting up the carriages, and the other train goes more. They go, "Where's the American Korean guy?" They go, "We don't know. This is who they rallied up with these guys." So they've still got this American Korean guy, and yeah, it's a good movie. What else? Yeah, I can't say much because you spoil, but the third movie is excellent. It really is good. The first two, people may find them boring. I didn't. I know that Harold loved the first one. Uh, the second one was yeah. So you have to watch them all. Don't rely on me. I can't spill my guts on everything, and I can't be stuffed on my little bit. My brain is drained now. It's amazing. Let's move on. Uh, Allegiant. Yeah, just get the like number 17. Is that how it's spelled? Allegiant. Do not see copy. There you go. No. Now, Divergent was our top movie. This is the third movie in the trilogy, and yeah, in the Divergent series. Yeah, so once you've seen the first two movies, no, this is the second one. Sorry, this is the second. Allegiant is the second or the third? Yeah, the second. I don't know which one this is. Hang on, let me see. It's one of them anyway. So this is good as well. If you like Divergent, you like this one. Again, let's move on. Uh, yeah, here we go. Here we go. Number 18. What a wonderful movie. So overrated. This came out in 2019. This is with Brie Larson. And again, Samuel Jackson. This is an Avengers movie, a Marvel movie, but really good. Really, really good. So this tells the story of a young woman who was a pilot, a fighter pilot. This movie went on to do a sequel, and according to the Angry Joe show, this sequel was very bad, and it was. But this movie was superb. So the Krull are an alien force that have not conquered Earth. They've come to Earth. Some of them are good, some of them are bad. Could barely remember this movie, but what a wonderful movie. Great soundtrack, but her chemistry with Samuel Jackson is so good. Uh, she's a pilot, and she by accident got powers, and her powers are incredible. Uh, Karen Danvers is the name of the character in the movie. Again, it's portrayed by Brie Larson. Uh, but she finds out that so Jude Law's in this, and I don't want to spoil it too much, but the Krull are not what they seem to be. They're not bad. The aliens there that she thought were bad are not bad. And there's a part where it's really funny where there's this cat, and he's got powers, and the bad guys had captured Samuel Jackson, Brie Larson. They captured the cat because the cat would eat people. The cat's mouth would, it's just a little cute black cat, but the mouth would become so big and eat people. And then the bad guys put this pouch, this mouth pouch over the cat. And Samuel Jackson goes, well, it's not Sam, it's not Hannibal Lecter, you know. Okay, so, but yeah, it's a really good movie. It really is. Oh, what it's superb. Uh, let's move on. Yeah, okay. Yep, there you have it, The Last Boy Scout. So, number 19. The 19th best movie of all time. That's what these are. So, yeah. So this movie came out in 1991, 1992. I just double check this. Thanks, Google, for this. The Last Boy Scout. (1991). Yeah, Last Boy Scout. 46% on Rotten Tomatoes. Very unfair. IMDb give it 7. Bruce Willis is in it. Damon Wayans is in it. Uh, oh no, that can't be her. Oh, Harold, I've got a picture of the little girl. Hang on. Yeah, so how old is she now? Oh, so that little girl, Harold, that played in The Last Boy Scout where she was giving shit to her dad is 47 years old now. Yeah, her name in real life is Danielle Harris. Wow. Yeah, she played in Halloween, 88, Halloween. Not much really, no. Images, see the images of this girl. Yeah, when she was, yeah, that's her when she was young. Yeah, she's 47 years old now. Wow. So, Chelsea Field is probably, yeah, Bruce McGill from Time Cop, he's in this as well. Uh, Taylor Negron, the bad guy who played the role of Milo. Halle Berry's in it. Uh, yeah, so this is an excellent film. My dad loved it. One of the best films he's ever seen, he reckons, as well. So again, The Last Boy Scout is Bruce Willis plays a cop, and I think because a friend wanted him to investigate a case, is what I remember, and why a particular girl got murdered. And Damon Wayans' character, African American actor, he meets Bruce Willis like, well, who are you? You're an old man. What do you want? And they don't get along at the start. and just trying to, I don't know, I can't go through these. It's a fantastic movie. There was one, so the one bit in this movie for me, it's iconic, and this movie is better than Die Hard. I don't care what anybody says. Where he gets home that night after a long day helping out the black guy. They're working together with Damon Wayans' character. The young girl, the daughter's at home. I think with the parents, they've split up or they're not together. And the daughter starts giving him shit. He goes, "Where's your mum?" "I don't know." "How come you?" He goes, "You're grounded." "Oh, fuck you." And he starts abusing, "Motherfucker, this and that." And he goes, "Darian, don't you dare talk to me like that." And he goes, "Do you want some ice cream?" "Oh, fuck you, Lieutenant, fuck up." And then Bruce Willis throws the ice cream out the window at night. "You know how much I hate wasting food, Darian? I don't give a shit." She grabs the door. And the black guy says to Bruce Willis, "Look, man, maybe take it easy with it. Listen, man, don't tell me how to talk to my daughter." "All right. You're going to eat this." And then she goes, "Uncle Timmy's a nice guy." "Oh, but Bruce Willis said, "Uncle Timmy's great, isn't he? He was in prison. He's great, but I'm bad, aren't I? I'm a bad father, eh?" Yeah. So it's a really, really great movie. The Last Boy Scout. What else have you got? The Shadow Strays. Oh, yeah, okay. Number 20. Now, this movie here is Indonesian. But boy, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Uh, the Shadow Strays. Now, in this movie here, uh, this is an Indonesian martial arts movie. And I've got the Raid here as well, which is, I think, a Filipino Indonesian movie as well. Yeah, in Southeast Asia, they know how to make martial arts movies, make no mistake. I don't know about China or Japan, but if mate, this is so good. So it's a young woman, and she's part of an assassin group. They've trained her. At the very start of the movie, she infiltrates a Yakuza triad in Japan, and she single-handedly kills them all. Another one backs her up. But then they tell her to go on a job to take a holiday or to infiltrate somewhere in Indonesia. In real life, this girl's Italian Indonesian. Yeah, very pretty. But she sees this little boy getting hassled, so she lives in an apartment complex. Now, no one in the apartment complex or whatever mafia figures appear, they got no idea who this girl is, what she's capable of. And I mean what she's capable of. So this mafia group or one or two thugs come to hassle out the little boy and the mother. They killed her mother, killed his mother, and the girl, the Shadow Stray, she's a stray. She worked for the Shadows, the Shadow organization. That's why it's called the Shadow Strays, because it's strayed from the shadows. I think she left from the organization. Mate, what she does, she meets this little boy. They become friends. He's a lot smaller than her. So she's in her early 20s. He's 10 years old, 11. And she looks at him like a little brother. She goes, "I'll take care of you." Then they kidnap him. And mate, what she did to find him, what she went through. This is a Netflix movie. This is at the very top of the list of all the movies. If you have not seen this is so good. A little bit violent. It is so good. I watched it from beginning to end. It wasn't at all boring. It was long, but wow. The fight scenes are incredible. Uh, a lot of indoor fight scenes, not so much outdoor. It's inside buildings, structures. Unreal, just absolutely unreal. This chick is unreal. If they make future martial arts films, they have to put her in it. She's a natural. Oh, you didn't have Ip Man in this list. Hey, shit. Yeah, Ip Man is another one that should be on this list. Ip Man is based on the Who Taught Bruce Lee. The movie came out 2008. The lead actor is Donnie Yen, and yeah, that's superb, that one. But yeah, so this one and Ip Man. Ip Man 2008, that is superb. Um, the next one, well, Bloodsport. Yeah, so this is a Van Damme movie, Jean-Claude Van Damme. Now, this is based partly on a true story, believe it or not. This guy was one of the best martial artists ever. Nothing to do with Bruce Lee. There was a guy called, what was his name in real life? Frank Dukes. There was a gentleman called Frank Dukes. And in real life in the 60s or the early 70s, he was not adopted. He lived next door by fluke to a Japanese family. Now, the Japanese father, guess what he was taught him? No surprise, a form of karate. And this guy got Van Damme as a youngster who was living next door to help train his son. What had happened though, the son had passed away. And at the start of the film, there's like a little funeral that the Japanese people do. And he goes, I don't want to anymore. I'm upset. I'm not training anyone anymore. And Van Damme, when he was young, he says to him, Shidoshi, train me. I can do it. And he goes, you are not Japanese. You are not a Tanaka. Tanaka is a surname. You're not one of us. I can do it. Don't discriminate just because I'm not Japanese. And he goes, all right. You're not to blame that my son passed away. I'll train you then. So the legacy continues. So he starts training Van Damme. And it had this awesome music. It was really fantastic. I'd seen this movie many times. The problem was the army wanted a hold of Frank Dukes. They knew what he could do. So the film would go back and forth in time, present day, and how Van Damme, when he was young, when Frank Dukes was young, trained by the Japanese guy. In present day, Frank Dukes was a little bit on the run because he didn't want to he didn't want much to do with the army. The army wanted him desperately. So this guy was invaluable to the army. And when the army found out he's going to go into a blood sport tournament, hence the title, uh, they weren't happy. They tried to stop him. And he went and he meets this other big guy and they become friends. And if I can get the guy's name, hang on. Bloodsport, hey? Bloodsport. No, yeah, so hang on. God damn it, hang on. Bloodsport. 1998 film. Donald Gibb is the friend that he meets there. Bolo Young is one of the other actors. Forrest Whitaker's in it. Uh, Liaz is the woman. Yeah, there's other fighters in this tournament. So yeah, and of course John. And this movie got 48% on Rotten Tomatoes. Bloods. Tell my dad that people hated this film. No, my dad would laugh. My mom didn't like martial arts films much. She didn't like violence, but the old boy loved it. Bloodsport. He said to me, "quote This is one of the best movies he'd ever seen. This and Kickboxer." So they fight in the tournament, and he works his way through the tournament. The they could The problem with the US Army didn't know where this tournament was being held. If they knew where it was being held, they would close it down. They didn't want Frank Dukes to fight in it because they said to him, "We don't want to see you get hurt." And Van Damme was at the hotel that he said, "Look, I won't get hurt." And the two guys from the army said, "Look, that's why we're here to make sure of that you don't get hurt." And the big guy, leave him alone, man. If he wants to fight in the tournament, let him fight in the tournament. And the black guy from the army says, "Look, you just stay out of it." And the big guy, Van Damme's friend, though, "You stay out of it, dickhead." And then the army guy goes listen, Frank, we are here. We are taking you back. We're going to take you back. And they had these two tasers. And the Van Damme's friend, who was big, just barges and knocks them all down. And then Van Damme runs for his life through the streets of, through China, through the back streets of China. Anyway, the tournament begins. And at the start of the tournament, they're all there. People, you have to register. So I go there, I register as Zakynthos with my Man United side. And others register. Not that you get in, doesn't mean you get in, but you register. And it shows they've got, so it's a platform that you, like a gym, but the platform is a flat rectangular platform, like a boxing ring, but nothing. You got chairs, it's a small, like a basketball, exactly like a basketball stadium, but a square thing. Some are training on that actual platform, sparring, kicking, karate kicks, fending, just practicing with each other. They're all friends, but when they fight, there's no friends. It's full contact. So you notice when I do spoilers, these are the movies I actually liked more, but that doesn't matter. So Dion may not have seen this, others may not have seen this, girls may not have seen it. Harry remembers this probably. They register, everyone's welcome. There's no prejudice. If you're white Anglo-Saxon or there's going to be more Asians at the tournament because it's in China. Van Damme rocks up, right? And with all due respect, he doesn't look Asian. Now he comes, everybody has an agent. He came with this little Asian dude, agent. And Van Damme writes on the thing, the Tanaka clan. He's representing the Tanaka clan. So the two guys at the registration thing, they're both with their robes. He says to Van Damme, "You don't look like Tanaka. It's like me. You don't look like Bruce Lee." "No, I don't." And Van Damme was like, "What?" The Asian guy said, "What's the hold up?" He says he represents the Tanaka clan. He doesn't look Tanaka. And so the Asian guy, the agent that represents, because they had agents representing the Anglo-Saxon American, what's the hold up? What's the big deal if Bruce Springsteen is a Shidoshi? So it doesn't matter if it's Bruce Springsteen or Barbra Streisand, it doesn't matter what his name is. Then he's right. Then the other guy says, "Okay, let's step this up a bit." The registration guy, if he represents the Tanaka clan, then show us the Dim Mak. And the big guy that's with Van Damme, the friend, he's fighting, what the hell is a Dim Mak? And the registration guy goes, "Death touch." Death touch is you have to break the brick. Now a brick is ceramic, and Dion knows the force you need to crack a brick, forget it. You could all day like this, bang it, forget it. The brick. And what? Yeah. Now this is, again, maybe Bloodsport should have been put much higher up on the list. This is 2 hours 50. Shit, this is 3 hours. This will go to 4 hours again. Doesn't matter. Good. Show us the Dim Mak, the death touch. Now, people are still practicing the background. No one gave us stuff. And so Van Damme takes off his top. He's built. He's really built. So was he 24 years old in this movie? Van Damme was born in 1960. The movie came out in 88. 28 years old. So Van Damme is 28 years old in this movie. He's very young. So Van Damme gets up and he goes to break the brick. I'm not sure if it was with the fist or the hand. It goes with the fist. Oh, that's like he was about to go like that. And one of the registration officers, "Wait, the bottom one." See, what I didn't say, there was one brick, there were 5 bricks on top of each other. He's saying the bottom one. Now, Dion, you say, "Oh, Nico, this is bullshit." And mate, now I've always, since 1991, I've said, is this true? Is this true that this man was capable? He had the ability to smash, to generate that part. A human had that much power to break the bottom. It was 5 bricks. The whole people, all the people that entered the tournament, those that were already there, they stopped training. They just said, "Fuck this! We have to see this." So if you're from a Tanaka clan, let's see you smash the bottom brick. And Van Damme starts concentrating. The big guy, his friend. I hope you can do it, man. Fuck, this is bullshit. The Asian agent. What's he to do? They go, and they gave him a chance. If you're representing the Tanaka, because they didn't know. They knew maybe he is, but he isn't. It's like me saying I'm representing the German clan. Are you? You've got a Man United top on. Man United, what a joke. Anyway, shit's to us. So the five bricks are there, and they're all watching. He does this. He concentrates the way he was trained by the Japanese master. Now, the Japanese master, no one know. Frank, it looks like in real life, this guy was trained by a samurai, either a ninja from Japan or a samurai from Japan. At the end of the movie, there are records to this day, they reckon from 1975 to 1980. This guy, Frank Dux, who Van Damme played, held the fastest kick in a knockout, fastest punch in a game, consecutive games won in a tournament. All these records that were never broken. He holds this. He concentrates, and it plays that music like that. And in that moment, he's generated so much power. People just watching on. There was a bad guy that made the grand final. Like this, he was curious as well. It shows the top brick, all four bricks crushing the bottom brick. Four bricks, not one. You cannot break. Maybe a second or third Dan in Japan can break a brick. Or this guy's crushed the bottom brick. And then at the end, he smashes it, and they all clapped. They knew. Doesn't matter who your invitation is accepted. Doesn't matter who you're. Even if you're representing your mum, you're in, mate. If you can do that, you're fucking in. And I've lost my train of thought. The Asian guy goes, "Is that good enough, guys?" And the two registration people say, "We honor we honor your invitation." And so Van Damme wasn't offended. He shook hands with the big guy. Well done, mate. And the big guy goes, "That's fantastic. You crushed the four bricks." The fighters in the background are looking on. Well done, yeah. The Bolognone, the bad guy actor goes, "Very good, but brick not hit back." Hang on, of course he doesn't hit back. Well, he's not the one that asked to break the brick, motherfucker. What's he supposed to do here? They will never have accepted his invitation. But that's how it is. He goes, "But brick not hit back." And Van Damme looks at him. Oh fuck, this is not going to be a pleasant ride. This is not going to be a good tournament. Anyway, so they fight through the tournament, and he beats this guy in the first round. Of course, he does very quickly, and a kick, a chop here and a chop there, and flip him over. Flip. The same guy is at the cafeteria at the pub. Not a pub, but it's a hotel. The ground floor where there's drinks in there. So the fighters are there. There's two fighters downstairs talking to this bird, this journalist bird, Lee Ayres with white hair. And Van Damme happens to be hearing, and they're hassling her out. And she goes, give us the invitation. No, you leave me alone, guys. No, you're not going anywhere. And this Chinese guy that lost it, he was going to slap her. Van Damme blocks the slap. Ah, look who it is. It's the American shithead who does tricks with bricks. And then the big guy, Dion's probably laughing. The big guy that was friends with Van Damme goes, "I guess the Kumite starts one day early here. It starts one day earlier this year, our fellas." And she goes, "Just calm down, guys." Van Damme goes, "If we both have to fight for her, both of us would be thrown out of the Kumite. Just for her?" And we said just for her, like it's not worth. She go, "What? We could arrange this another way." So the one of the bad guys says, what do you mean?" He goes, "Do you gamble?" And he goes, what is bet? The bad guy goes, what is bet? If I can hold this, if you hold this, it says hold the coin. It says to the bad guy, hold this coin. If you can hold this, if I can grab it before you close the hand, I get the girl. If I cannot, she's yours. The bad guy goes, very good. And she goes, well, you can't do this. She goes, this is bullshit. You never pull it off. The big guy goes, what? You're not going to. Ready? So the bad guy holds the coin in his hand. He goes, I'll close the coin before you grab it. The bad guy's thinking, you're insane. I'll grab it. What, Van Damme's going to. Ready? So Van Damme's like this, and the bad guy's got that. That's how you do it. What the movie then, it goes back to how he was trained by the Japanese. Remember, this is a samurai master. This isn't some dojo in America or in Cincinnati or somewhere where these Malakis thugs are in Paraka training or they think they're fucking king shit. This is a samurai master. It's possible this is a true story that he was trained by a samurai or a ninja. Both ninjas, Dion knows this. Ninjas were the rebels, they were the rebellion in the 15th or 16th century Japan or 14th century. You had samurais. And what they show in the clip just before, they show in the past when he was young being trained by the samurai in the movie. The samurai master would be able to grab a fish because his hand was so quick. Now, again, Dion will know this. If your hand is so quick, the mass that is exerted from such high acceleration gives you a much powerful force. It only hit me like a brick arrow as well. If he's so quick and you have a certain amount of mass or weight, it's more devastating. But he would go and he'd pick the fish at will. And he taught them, that's how, yeah. So you guys, ready? Yep. Now, in an instant, you see the hand go there. And the bad guy goes, you lose, American asshole. Van Damme goes like this. Not only did he grab the coin, he changed it from a copper coin to a silver one. Now, really, ladies and gentlemen, if you've watched the video to this point, this is probably the movie that should have gone maybe near the top of the list. I know my dad would have laughed. He said bullshit. I don't call it bullshit. It may not be, because there's a documentary that they had on SBS 15 years ago. There are men in Japan now. They're married. There's one man. He says he was taught by a ninja, but he never passed it on to. Do you know why he never passed it on to his son? All the martial arts was passed to him because he wanted his son to have a normal life. Because if he starts learning martial arts and starts kicking butt and cracking heads, his son went on to become a businessman, earn money and have a proper family, a proper job, and maybe become a high executive in Japan. Instead of being a thug, his father stopped it. Here the same. He changed the coin. Yeah. Anyway, so there was a part where in the Harold knows where I'm going with this. The bad guy says about, you're next. So the bad guy goes to the semi-final and I'm not going to spoil it, but at the end, the bad guy wasn't happy. Maybe he wasn't getting the proper support. He eliminated someone, but I don't know. No one gave a shit. He goes up to this actor and he goes, "You are next." And my dad, that's the English that he learned. He knew that "you are next" means "esise." Now next, my dad couldn't translate the word next into Greek. Next means next. You're next. Goes, and my dad, there was his lady that he was angry with. I won't say who. And my dad goes in Greek. That guy should have said to that Greek lady what the bad guy said of it. You are next. Not to speak Galana Pathis. If not Spietzi, you are next. So that's how it is, and it's a great movie. The ending. So at the end of the movie, it showed all the records. I can't remember the fastest kick with a knockout, fastest punch with a knockout, like 0.53 seconds or something. The most consecutive wins in a tournament, the most consecutive knockouts in a tournament. He held the record because the tournament was every 5 years. Now, after 1980, did they have another Kumite. I think it was illegal. The whole tournament was illegal. Uh, do they have it to this day? Yeah, I'm sorry for it being a long video. Well, yeah. Okay, let's move on. Where are we? Bloodsport. Done that one. Yeah, so the next one is Top Gun. Yeah, okay. The first Top Gun, not that Malakia one in, that was 2 years ago, the first one, that Angry Joe hates. The Angry Joe hate the first one. Alex from the Angry Joe hates this, the first one. He reckons all the characters are horrible. You get stuffed, mate. This is what the iconic, this movie. Maybe look, the Angry Joe boys are a younger generation to us. I think for me, the music in this is superb. I bought the album in 1989. The music in this is superb. Take My Breath Away and others. But the song at the end, uh, Take Me on Your Mighty Wings, is superb. If anybody has reached the end of this video, they're up to here, before you watch this, look on Google if you can, on YouTube, get the Top Gun soundtracks, the music from 1986, and probably you could purchase it for a very small price, maybe $3, $4, $5 from Spotify or whatever, or even from, mate, it is so good. Top Gun. What is Top Gun about? Some people will say this put Tom Cruise on the map. Tom Cruise said himself that this movie became so successful. He said it politely. It put me on the map, but with regards to Kelly McGillis, it destroyed him. And Tom Cruise said politely, look, she probably didn't cope with the stardom. I did. I loved the superstardom. I loved being popular. Everybody coming up to me. And Tom Cruise was only 23 years old then. So yeah. What's it about? Top Gun is so at the start of the movie they do a little paragraph of what Top Gun is. Top Gun is a academy where the top fighter pilots from all over America or the world, no, the world, they go to this school for 8 weeks and they are taught fighter pilot skills, air combat, basically jet fighters. It's not ground or sea, it's air. So the Navy. You have to be in the Navy to begin with, and then if you're lucky, if you're in Sacramento, you're in California, you're stationed in Hawaii, if you're you may get an invitation, and it's an honor to be invited to train with the best. And so that's what it is. There's no violence in this movie or that sort of thing. Oh, you have a love affair, but I mean. So in this movie, Tom Cruise and character, is it Pete Mitchell? Yep. So Pete Mitchell, played by Tom Cruise, and Goose, played by Anthony Edwards, who is a Jew, because I know from ER, because he wore that black hat. When they wear that means a Jew. Don't care what anybody says, that's what it is. Doesn't matter. Jews, I love Jews, because I'm Greek Orthodox, or Jewish Orthodox. I didn't say Anthony Edwards are partners. So every pilot has a co-pilot, and they fly F-14 Tomcats. And that's what I love, because we know the lines inside out. It's just superb. So Cougar, these guys were stationed, I don't know, somewhere. This is before getting into Top Gun. Cougar is another pilot. Now, he was set to be jettisoned. He was set to be sent to Top Gun school. What had happened, though, they went on a patrol. Cougar in one plane and another pilot, and Tom Cruise in another one. Now, Tom Cruise, first and foremost, always thought about his friends and his co-pilots, his co-fighter jet pilots. They had run into, at the start of the movie, they ran two F-14 Tomcats flying. There are two fighter jets, Russian fighter. The Russians are bad. They'll always be bad, well, obviously, till the end of time. Now we know why. Putin will say, see, you guys have always had us as bad, even in the movies, we're bad. There you go. That's what we're doing to Ukraine. Right, fine. So these two pilots, two jet fighters, come against two Russian jet fighters. And one of the pilot, Cougar, became scared in the end. It was a 15-minute ordeal in the end. Cougar was like, the joystick, because the Russian guy had locked him in his sights, had the missile. When an opposition Russian fighter is about to fire a missile at you, the red light comes on, and your life flashes before your eyes. People don't realize you're in the car. Oh, we could drive to the city and go to heaven. Get fucked, wanker. Have you been in a jet fighter, mate? We've all driven a car, but have you been in a jet fighter? So this is the thing. He's scared shitless. Tom Cruise, who's cool, the lead actor, I'm gonna. He's locking horns with another Russian one. He's nailing him. He wouldn't shoot him down because the Russian guy wouldn't shoot him down. Tom Cruise knew this is just a little tit for tat. Tom Cruise would never fire unless he was instructed to do so. Unless fired upon, he would then fire a missile or a gun. Trigger the gun, which is like a machine gun, or one of the two missiles. They lock on. It shows the red lock. The red locks on, that light, whatever. It's targeting system. It's a circle on a display, and it turns red when it locks onto the aircraft. That means you have a lock. If you pull the trigger, the missile goes, it'll lock on. I got him. I can pull the trigger if I want, but I won't. Let him go. Let him go, Maverick. Don't worry about it. Oh, Goose, I got him. And then Tom Cruise, let's go have some fun with him. And he goes and Tom Cruise makes so this is the Russian plane, and Tom Cruise makes his plane go up in reverse like that. So the two cockpits, and the other Goose takes a Polaroid. They take now this is fun now. Harold knows where this leads to, where the plane is in reverse, in inverse. And then the both fighter Russian jets fly off, and Tom Cruise was happy. They didn't want. I'm not going to fire against a Russian fighter pilot if he's not going to fire against me. They know this confrontations happen all the time. But the other guy, Cougar, is like this. And they do the music. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun dun. And Maverick goes, Tom Cruise's character Maverick, who call sign Maverick, which is Daniel here. Hey Cougar, don't you think we've had enough fun for one day? I'm gonna head back to base. See you soon. Back to the carrier. And he doesn't say anything. Tom Cruise took it as he wasn't offended that nothing was said by Cougar, but he was curious why would not Cougar reply to. As Tom Cruise, they get to the carrier, Cougar's still in the air. And by then they had burned a lot of fuel from the conflict, the air Look, you're going to have conflicts here and there. Cougar's like this. The guy at the back, I'm not sure who was another guy, Hollywood, was it Rick Rozovich's character? As Tom Cruise and Goose are approaching the carrier, like this, they're about to land. You could hear on the microphone, everybody synced in. Cougar, we are way low on fuel, man. You have to land this thing. Can you understand me, man? He's shaking. He's got a picture of his wife and his girl inside the cockpit. Like he's just shaking. So the plane's just total shock. Couldn't remember how to fly. As Tom Cruise it lands, but on the aircraft carrier, Dion knows this. There's a cord. Once it hits the cord, then your plane's not going anywhere. It doesn't matter how fast. As it lands, the cord is stretched out it's a rope to catch the plane. Cougar, it's time to land. Tom Cruise straight away pulls up the joystick. And the boss inside the aircraft carrier, bald guy, where the hell is he going? You tell Maverick to land that plane. Land it immediately. And the guy who calls it, Maverick, you're instructed to land immediately. He ignores it. Maverick, Tom Cruise just goes, no, I'm going to help out Cougar. So they're both low on fuel. Maverick flies alongside him. He flies out for 10 minutes, whatever. Hey, Cougar, you're right. Cougar, stay with me. Stay on my wing. I'll take you all the way in. And the other guy says, hey, Maverick, he's way, there's something wrong. It really screwed him up, that plane. Tom Cruise goes, everything will be all right, Cougar. Come on. Anyway, they come together and it shows both planes. It's such good. Yeah. and you got Angry Joe and this Superb and Alex go, I don't like this film. Get out, man. What you think the new one's stupid? The new one's got good actors. It does not compare to the old one. The new movie does not compare to the old one. This is superb. People have said it. I don't care what anybody says. It. The soundtrack alone and the music is. So he comes down, and then you hear, "All right, Maverick, you're 3/4 of a mile. Call the ball." And Maverick goes, "I have the ball," which means I'm set to land. Cougar comes in as well. Cougar was struggling to land the plane. Now, they came at the same time, but then something about the way they filmed it, you don't see both planes coming at the same time. There's no room. So maybe they told Cougar first, they said, "Cougar, you're too low. You're too low, Cougar. You're too low. Pull up, pull up, pull up." And the catcher caught him because there's room for error. Dion knows this. As the plane lands, there's top. It's not, unless you left or right, there was still yoke or whatever. And yeah, so and then later that night or the next day, uh, Cougar goes to the office of the administrator, their team leader or boss of the aircraft carrier of their division. "Sir, I'm hanging up my wings." And he's a bald-headed guy. Goes, "Oh, okay. I'm sorry to hear that, Cougar." "Yeah, I'm sorry too, sir. Thank you." "No worries." Tom Cruise is outside. He's 23 years old, Tom Cruise, then, with Goose. And this is Goose used to play in ER. They're standing outside. And Goose says to Cougar, "You okay?" Cougar says to Tom Cruise, "Hey, thanks, Maverick." "No worries." Maverick says, "It's all right." Tom Cruise walks into, now in the cinema, all the females, who do you think they're watching for this movie? Any guesses here? But it's such a good movie. Like, he, so Tom Cruise, the guy goes, "Come in, both of you." Tom Cruise goes in with Goose. Now goes Maverick, "Sir," and Goose is taller. "You were instructed to land that plane. Why didn't you land?" "I saw Cougar in trouble, sir." And he goes, "You don't own that plane, son. The taxpayers own it. Son, your body's writing checks your ego can't cash." And then he says something about, "You've been busted as section leader 3 times." So Tom Cruise was a bit of a bad boy, but he's a top pilot. And then he says to Goose, "And you asshole, you're lucky to be here." "Thank you, sir. But I still can't." And then the bold guy goes, "I can't believe this. I have to give you guys your dream shot." Tom Cruise is smiling. I'm sending you to Top Gun because Cougar quit. I've got to put you guys through. Yeah, so, and now he was angry with Tom Cruise, but he understood that Tom Cruise saved his life, basically, saved Cougar's life. It was what he did was wrong to go against orders, but Tom Cruise disobeyed the orders to save the other pilot. Because you could have had both planes go down, and what then? Now you got other bitches at Overland Road that will say, "Oh, you can rescue them." Get lost. Get like as if you've ever watched a movie or watched a soccer game, a whole 90-minute game. Get lost. Even watch movies or get out of here. Get lost. Could rescue them. Anyway, so Harry's probably laughing. Shit, this is going one, doesn't it? And so they go to Tom Cruise and the other guy, Anthony Edwards. They go to Top Gun. And they go sit in there. They sit in the lecture theatre. It's a very small lecture room. At the back, there's a plaque of awards, uh, distinctions, people's names on the list, and there's a blackboard or a whiteboard, maybe a blackboard those days. And they pull a projector screen as well. And so at the start, they're in there. All these pilots, Tom Cruise is in there, Val Kilmer's in there, Rick Rosovich is a few others. Uh, and someone and Chester, Michael Winslow blinds, and this is Viper. They introduce him on my name's Viper, Tom Skerritt's character, and this is this just the start of it. "You guys are the best. You are the top 1% of all naval aviators. You're the best, we'll make you better. In the next 8 weeks, you'll be flying courses, exercises, you'll be running missions, you'll be flying, and you'll be assessed after everything. You'll be given points, and at the end of the season or the thing, the person with the highest points will be given the Top Gun trophy. And then Viper goes, at the back you can see the names of people that have made it, and all the Top Gun instructors that have been made it and they've been graduated or whatever. And then Tom Skerritt looks at Tom Cruise and says, you think your name will be on that plaque? Tom Cruise goes, yes, sir. Like, you know. And Tom Skerritt goes, that's pretty arrogant considering the company you're in. Tom Cruise goes, yes, sir. He goes, I like that in a pilot. And Val Kilmer's like this. Or these other guys. There's one or two guys, little Rick Rosovich like that. Just remember, we're all on the same team. And so, and Goose goes, well done, Maverick, great stuff, thanks. You know, they've already scored points. Like, we're already popular. We're going to win the whole thing. Everybody loves us. The teacher loves us. You know. And as they walk, Harold's going to laugh because he knows he's seen. What happens? They get up. Now, Val Kilmer is say the bad guy. He's the opposition pilot, the blonde guy, and Rick Rosovich is next to him, of Croatian descent in real life, I think. Rick Rosovich is Hollywood, who is the partner of Iceman. You've got Iceman and Hollywood still sitting at the table spewing. They're spewing. It's just that we're offended. Hang on, we're the best, not you. Why does he like you? And Tom, it was not my fault. He asked me if my name will be on that plaque, and I thought it was. So Dion, you may not have seen it, and you probably, if you do see you, so they get Tom Cruise, everybody else gets up. Tom Cruise walks to the door. Goose, Anthony Edwards goes, I remember, boys, there's two in Goose, there's two names there. And Val Kilmer goes, the plaque for the alternate says in the ladies' room. Now, like, your name won't be on that plaque, it'll be in the toilet. And Anthony Edwards goes, yeah, you shit me, you make me laugh. And Val Kilmer laughed because they're filming, and he really laughed. And it was just a joke, and Tom Cruise just walking out half smiling. The plaque for the alternates is down. But there's one scene, and this will stop. So what happened? They did an exercise. They did their first exercise. Tom Cruise, and of course they had an F-14 Tomcat, I think. Tom Cruise's pilot, Goose's co-pilot. They went up against not Viper, but Chester, Michael Ironside. Chester was one of the trainers, like Viper. Viper and Chester are in charge, and they train all the Top Gun pilots. Chester is under Viper. So the first exercise is Tom Cruise goes up against Michael Ironside, Chester, his character's name. And what happened, right? They fly, they chase. Chester's got in from behind, and he goes, I've got you now. Goose, I've had about enough of this shit. I'm going to hit the brakes and he's going to fly right by. And Tom Cruise pulls the throttle. Yeah, do that pilot shit, Maverick. That's what Goose said. And Chester's plane goes forward, too far forward, because Maverick has pulled the brakes. Then he's come up behind him. Now, they were below this imaginary hard deck of 25,000 feet or something that you're not supposed to engage. Their rule at Top Gun, and maybe all the flight schools, is you can't engage because it's too low to ground level. And it goes, and so he does the circle turns red, lock, beep. Chester's dead. Tom got him. Fuck. And he goes, get your Vipers up, get your butts above the hard deck and get back in base. They get back and they're in the locker room. The locker room is not big like a high school. So Maverick and Goose are on one side of the locker. Guess who's on the other side? Iceman and Hollywood. And the few others. And they're saying, we won, man. Yeah, we won. Iceman, yeah, I got him. I don't know, it was Viper or some other trainer. Yeah, I got him. Then the guys talk about the main actor, Tom Cruise. They won too, man. Iceman goes, that's not what I heard. Below the hard deck does not count. And Tom Cruise goes, hard deck my ass, we nailed that son of a bitch. And then Iceman goes, what's your problem? Oh, that's right. Tom Cruise goes, what's your problem? And Val Kilmer goes, you're everybody's problem. That's because every time you go up in the air, every time you go up in the air, you're unsafe. I don't like you because you're dangerous. Yeah, that's right. I'm dangerous. Like that. And he does that jaw thing. And yeah, I'm dangerous like that. I'm that dangerous. And yeah, so it's just a superb movie. And of course, someone dies in this movie. I won't say who, and that's sad. How do you say it in Greek in the Polipiti Himeno? The part where Tom Cruise, he's upset. See, where they filmed it, this is so critical. They filmed it when it was summer, which is December. They must have filmed it January, February. And there are no air cons there. They've got the fans, and they've done it on purpose so that everybody's sweating. Because so the women, it's so, these guys are so hot because they're sweating. They're playing volleyball as well. What they're going to show us on the computer, or playing soccer down at here at fucking Chella Gardens or whatever. You know what I mean? Of course they're going to show them. So yeah, it's a great movie. It's really good. And that's it. Let's move on. The next one is Kickboxer. A sequel to Bloodsport to some extent. Yeah, again, Van Damme. My dad loved this movie. Uh, Van Damme played the younger brother of Alex Alexiou, the Greek guy. His brother was a kickboxer, so he followed his brother to Thailand. His older brother went to fight in a tournament. And Van Damme says to this guy, to his brother, look, man, I don't like it, Kurt. Kurt was the brother, the older brother. I've got a bad feeling about this. He goes, look, man, don't worry about it, Van Damme. I've got it. We'll win. It's simple. But when Van Damme saw the bad guy that his brother was up against, it was a Greek, in real life, it was an American Greek. It was a Greek named Alexiou. No doubt it was Greek because he was in another martial arts film, in the Steven Seagal film. Alex Alexiou, yeah. Didn't do much stuff, but of course, Van Damme went on to do stuff. So, as Van Damme, the older brother says to Van Damme at the start of the movie, look, they're about to get me some ice. Van Damme goes to get ice and he hears this down the hallway, boom, boom. Like the whole fucking the room was shaking. And there's this guy just cracking his leg against a pole, against a frame. Boom, boom. And when he sees Van Damme, he cracks it. Van Damme goes back to his brother, listen, man, I've got a bad feeling about this, man. Don't fight this guy, whatever you do, please. The Greek guy says, please stop. You're with me or you're not. Are you by my side or not? I am by your side. I am by your side, but please, Kurt, don't do this. I don't like this. I've had a bad feeling about this. So that's the thing. And anyway, what happens? He fights him, and this guy destroys this Greek guy. Bang, bang. Couldn't even walk again. Just destroyed him. And Van Damme so after the fight, the people that organized the fight, the two people, Asian guys, they grab a bed or something, a makeshift platform. They chuck the brother on the road. They kick Van Damme out as well. Hey, what's going on? What do I do now? Where do I take my brother? This guy that was watching the fight, he was he was an old American Army general. He goes, I can take you. I can take you to a hospital, good hospital. So he takes him to a hospital, and yeah, they tell him this and that. And Van Damme goes, I want to fight Tom Paul. I want to kill him for what he did to my brother. And the guy says, listen, man, this is not your ordinary thug. This fighter belongs to a mafia group. You go after this fighter, you're dead. And everyone you know is dead, including me. Forget, I'm not going up. He knew. And then he thought, look, come to think of it, he said to Van Damme, there is one guy that's crazy enough to train you. That trains Muay Thai. Muay Thai is kickboxing. Yeah, take me to him. Take me tonight. No, tonight we'll have drinks. I don't want to have drinks, Van Damme. We'll go tonight, have drinks. And yeah, so they have drinks that night, and the 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 African guy, African American said, "Look, I had a brother once. I didn't help him in the war, and that's why I'm helping you. I saw you in trouble. You need help." And Van Damme said, "Thank you so much. Thank you for helping me." He goes, "No worries, man. I'll take you tomorrow morning." So he takes him, and they drive up a hill in Thailand, out in the middle of nowhere. It was really beautiful, just all greenery. And they get to this place, and this old man comes out with, just looks like a bad version of Isaias. "What are you doing here? What do you want?" "I'm here because just look, this guy needs help. He wants someone to train." "I don't train anyone. Go away." My brother, he got injured in fight, very bad fight. "I'm sorry for your brother. I'm very sorry for your brother, but you shouldn't fight him." "But what do I do?" And then something, the African American guy, he said to Van Damme, so, "That's right. He, the Chinese guy, or the Thai, the bank, the Taiwan, what's it called, Thailand guy? How do you say it? The guy from Thailand said, look, I want you to get some groceries for me. Be my slave." I go, "What?" "Yeah, you go to store, my daughter there, you get groceries for me." All right. So Van Damme goes to get groceries, and he gets to this village. Nice people there. And he enters a store, and there's this chick, nice chick. Of course, there's a female in every movie, and of course, they fall in love with them in every movie. Van Damme goes inside. He's half dripping wet. It's very humid up there. He's got slacks and a collar, properly dressed, not like here the way people dress here. I saw them in church, and they're disgusting. They wear they wear the these wog tops. They don't tuck it. They don't. They wear jeans. You don't wear slacks. You don't walk inside an establishment. That's it. Fuck you, motherfucker. So Van Damme's wearing slacks and collar. His armpits are wet from the sweat, from the humidity. He goes, "Who are you?" "I've come here for Uncle Dugan." "Uncle Dugan sent you?" "Yeah, he sent me." He doesn't send anyone. He doesn't train anyone anymore." "Oh, I'll get groceries for you." So then these two thugs appear from the mafia, but these are low-level thugs. Perfect for Van Damme to defend the village from. They come in to collect the rent. Everybody has to pay rent. One walks. They enter her store. Van Damme's in the store. One walks past Van Damme. The other one knocks Van Damme in the shoulder, like, "Don't interfere." They start taking her money. "Hey, what are you doing?" Go, "Don't," and the "Don't interfere." "Hey, you can't let him do that." "No, no, it's okay. We have to pay rent." "No, you don't." Van Damme. Then Van Damme does a kick at one of them in the head. And there's this old man with a cigarette just watching on, smiling. Another guy throws a punch at Van Damme. He does this roundhouse kick and sends him flying out. He destroyed both of them. Anyway, he comes back with the groceries, and now the African American guy's doing something with the van, fixing it. And the Chinese guy, the Thailand guy goes, "Have you got my groceries?" "Yeah, I've got them. Yeah." Almost got my head kicked in. Mm. And then he found out the story that he kicked ass. And then the African American guy says to Van Damme, "So, Kurt is the name of the character that Van Damme plays. You going to stay, go, or what?" The Thailand guy goes, "He is going to stay a while." And what happened? Yeah, and he's going to train him. And he goes, "You're going to regret it, mark my words." That's what the African American guy was saying. "Bye bye." And Van Damme goes, "I'm not going to regret it." And so he starts training him. Yeah, it's just sorry. Yeah, it's one of just thinking my parent, especially my dad, because he loved this movie so much. Yeah, again, this is Bloodsport and Kickboxer. These two movies should have been put at the top of the list, especially this one. Once he starts training, so they start doing Thai, uh, like the Thai for balance, and then he practices the breathing, and then there's a one where he's underwater and he's learning to breathe underwater. Yeah, it's an excellent film. So yeah, that's a bad. And at the end, there's a bad guy. Don't want to spoil anything else. So where are we up to? 23, 24. Oh shit, I've missed something. 23. So, oh, we missed one, doesn't it? That's Kickboxer. Yeah. Anyway, we'll put Total Recall in there then at number 24. This is the 1990 movie. So there was a 2010 movie, but yeah. So this is a Total Recall is a movie. Shit, this is a big video. Man, I'm dripping wet as well. What's the temperature anyway today? 25. Okay, let's get it. Because I've been talking and yeah. So anyway, yeah. So Total Recall. Now, when you talk about movies that were made way ahead of their time, now this was made by I can't remember the name. Arnold Schwarzenegger played in this. Michael Ironside from Top Gun played in this. Uh, just let me pull it up here. Total Recall, 1990. Yeah, 82% on Rotten Tomatoes. Yeah, Sharon Stone, Michael Ironside, Dean Norris. Yeah, Sharon Stone. Oh God, the way she looks now, forget it. So yeah, really fantastic movie. This is. My parents liked it to some extent. Science fiction. Uh, Now the story is that he was part of an organization that Arnold Schwarzenegger went rogue. They wiped his memory, and they wanted to make sure that he doesn't remember things. So they gave him a pretend wife. They had him on a planet on Earth, and he started to remember things. The people that he thought were good were not good, and yeah, fantastic movie. This is way ahead of its time. If you talk of science fiction, it's I think 1990. It still blows my mind. The soundtrack is superb. It's so good. Such a great soundtrack at the start. One of the best. Probably the other movie that was good should be on my list is Spider-Man, the 2002 movie. Yeah, that's really good, that movie. Yeah, so what else is there? Number 25, which is what? Okay. Lethal Weapon. Yeah, so Lethal Weapon came out in 1987, and again, this movie was way ahead of its time. Me and Harold, we were talking about this last Saturday. It just what a great movie. So what's the guy's Mel Gibson and what's the mother's name? Can't remember it. Lethal Weapon, 1987. Yeah, Danny Glover. Oh my God, 80% on Rotten Tomatoes. Mel Gibson, Danny Glover, Joe Pesci's in it, and oh my God, you're kidding me. Look how old they all look now. Gee. Yeah, so Danny Glover and Mel Gibson went on to do a lot of stuff. So the whole thing about this was Lethal Weapon was Mel Gibson, of course, but he joined the force and they put Danny Glover to partner, and Danny Glover was not happy. He didn't want him. He saw Mel Gibson as some sort of psycho, American Psycho. And yeah, it's a great movie. Uh, Not much just to say. I mean, what else? In the second movie, this was it the second Lethal Weapon where it was the toilet. So the Danny Glover was on the toilet and had a bomb on the toilet. And my dad laughed when Danny Glover goes, "It looks like I'm going to die in the toilet today." And when the bomb exploded, the toilet bursts out through the window. My dad couldn't stop laughing. It was really it. So that's a great movie. 26. Now what we're talking. Yeah. Another movie my parents loved. Taken. Yeah. The Totally Red Show boys in the old Revision 3 in America. They said it Taken was superb. Really, really good. A concept that no one thought of, where the daughter was kidnapped because, she went for a holiday to France, and, be careful what you wish for. You travel somewhere, this was what can happen. So, this girl, and she bullshitted to her parents as well where she was going, that she was going to a concert, but she traveled all through Europe and to follow a band. And the father didn't want the daughter to go. The parents were separated. The mother wanted the daughter to go. And man, it's a little bit frightening because so she was kidnapped. The two girls were kidnapped. They went to France and they ran into a guy at the airport, and he said, "Look, you girls want to come to a party?" She goes, "Yeah, sure." He asked them for, "What's your address?" "Oh, we live up here on the second floor," and that was the end of that. And the other girl you never saw again. They injected her with drugs, whatever. This girl, the lead actress, she was rescued. But Liam Neeson, boom, bum, 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 this and that. He could, Scott Dossier all of France to get to it. My dad said, "This is bullshit, this movie." Like, he's killed all of France to get it. Well, that's what it takes. So, yeah, great movie, this one. The Town is the next one. Yeah, another great movie. The Town. So, yeah, The Town. This is a movie that Ben Affleck made. Ben Affleck made, directed. Jeremy Renner was in it. John Hamm was in it. Blake Lively was in it. My mum reckons this movie was superb. For someone to direct a movie about bank robbers and make it that interesting. So this is a part of Boston where it's called Charleston. In real life, a lot of bank robberies happen in Charleston. So if you watch the start of this movie, The Town, it has a little paragraph saying that Charleston doesn't represent the wider community, but a lot of bank robbers have come from here. A lot of Irish people immigrated to Boston, to America, a lot of them. And I think Ben Affleck and whatever they're of Irish background, that's what they're saying. Yeah. And so they would rob banks, and the FBI was trying to track them down. Anyway, one bank robbery goes haywire in the end, and that's about it. So the next one is ugly. It's a 28 Ugly Zone. Now, this movie I watched recently, so if you like Divergent or Maze Runner, especially Divergent, this is a science fiction one that came out this year, 2024. Uh, yeah, it's really good. So it's about in the in on Earth in the future. Girls and boys go through a transformation. They make them look beautiful. All their imperfections are gone. But as you know, in the movie, there's a rebellion where we don't want to change. I might want to stay a little bit unshaven. I don't want to comb my hair all the time. I might want to wear this top all the time. No, no, you must be clean. You must be this. And that's why uglies are the rebellion, because they're ugly. This girl, what's the actress's name? Joey King. Her and a friend, they go to the ceremony together. It's a bit, can't be stuck. Yeah, it's a good movie. The song at the end is superb. So it looks like there'll be a sequel to this, and it's a good movie. I watched through the whole thing. Uh, but to describe it, you have to spoil it, and it's science fiction. Uh, I think people, if they watch it, they'll like it. But it's for a younger audience. That's the thing. It's for people in their 20s, not for people in their 50s or 60s. So, and then we come up to this one. Mission Impossible 3. Now we're talking. Now, Mission Impossible 3 is so good. It really is a good movie. Philip Seymour Hoffman is in this movie as the bad guy. He passed away a couple of years ago. He died at the age of 47. Tom Cruise in this one. Simon Pegg is his first Mission Impossible movie. The guy that was investigating the hard drive. Uh, what's this about? The rabbit's foot. So they kidnap this guy, but upon kidnapping this guy in Italy, they find that the bad guy wants to capture the rabbit's foot, which is an antidote or something. So it's all right. It's a good movie. Actually, it's a great movie. Watch it. The next one is The Raid. It's interesting, right? Yeah. Okay. The Raid. I think this came out in 2009. This is excellent. This is martial arts, Indonesian as well. So these are like not cops, but a little bit like a SWAT team. So they go into a apartment complex, uh, 3, 4, 5 stories, open in the middle, and mate, once they got in there, they didn't get out. The bad guys are in there, forget it. I think one guy survived. The most incredible martial arts scenes you've ever seen. Incredible. Uh, Rambo, First Blood 2. Great movie. Rambo 2. So I'm not sure when this came out. 1982, was it? Just check this. When did Rambo come out? 1985. 33% on Rotten Tomatoes. Richard Crenna, Sylvester Stallone. Yeah, Charles Napier. Yeah, oh my God. Yeah. 1985, so that's when it came out. 31, yeah, Rambo 2. I know it's the top 30, but yeah, this is a good movie. This is a sequel to the Rambo one. I guess the first one was better. I don't know why I put the second one. The reason I put the second one in is because of a scene, and my mum loved it as well. Maybe it was from Stallone's childhood. He was on the boat with the girl, the Vietnamese girl. They're on a fishing boat, and he's sitting on the side of the boat during the day carving out with wood. And she says to him, "What is expendable?" You know, when you're invited to a party and you don't come, no one cares. And my old lady knew what he was talking about. That Stallone wasn't popular when he was young. So that's how it is. But otherwise, great movie. Uh, and the other one is this one, the last one. Mission Impossible. Ghost Protocol. Yeah, great movie. Let's find out when. So is it called? Just make sure because people may look this up. Ghost Protocol. When did it come out? Yeah, 2011 movie. Yeah, Mission Impossible. Ghost Protocol. 94% on Rotten Tomatoes. So this was good. Tom Cruise, Paula Patton, Simon Pegg, Jeremy Renner. Uh, yeah, yeah, really good movie. Yeah, so Mission Impossible 4. So this was the next one after Mission Impossible 3. So 2011 this movie came out. Ghost Protocol. Yeah, really good movie. What's it about? It's about Mission Impossible. Tom Cruise doing Tom Cruise things, using gadgets, and Tom Cruise proving that the James Bond franchise is ridiculous, and this is a million times better. The gadgets here are almost better. Everything's better. And unless, for me, unless Miss Barbara Broccoli ever decides to hire, my dear, you have such ego. Take your time finding a James Bond actor. By the time you find one, there'll be another 3 Mission Impossible movies, which will gross $5 billion combined, and then you're going to wonder why they don't go to see your movie because they're going to go to see Tom Cruise's movies. You know what I think? I think Barbara Broccoli, you, my dear, give up the franchise, give it to Wagner Cruise Productions, give it to Paramount Plus Golf and Western. Fuck off, leave it alone, leave our franchise alone, and give it to people that will actually do something with it. So, shit, 3 hours 52. Yeah. And get J.J. Abrams to direct the James Bond movie, Bad Robot Entertainment, and then they'll, because my dear, you have so much. Who are you? Who are you getting? Are you going to put Theo James from Divergent in there? No, you won't. Are you going to put Jason Statham in there? No, you won't. Are you going to put Patrick Wilson? No, you won't because he's American. Who are you going to put in? You're not going to put in me. You're not going to put in Harold. Who are you going to put in? What? Karim? Who are you going to put in? Who are you going to put in as James Bond? Karim. Hope he doesn't see this video. No, look, none of us are going to be put in there. That's the whole point. Like, I don't know. The next one, and that was it. I'll put in, like I said, let's see, Spider-Man. This one here is excellent. Spider-Man 2002. I remember when I saw this for the first time in 2005, Harold lent me the video. He taped it on VHS off a Foxtel. Yeah, Harold probably doesn't even remember. And me and my parents were watching it Sunday afternoon on Harold's VHS tape. And my dad loved it as well. Great soundtrack at the start. Really a fantastic movie. Yeah, so just write it down here. That's about it, really. Yeah. other movies are there? And that's basically it. Came out to 33 movies. There are some in there, so it's 35 or 36 that we've mentioned. Thank you everyone for watching. Just before you go, I will put up the list here, if I can get the screen up. Bear with me. I'll do this. Take that off. Go to window capture, display. There you go. That's my list, if you can see it. Yeah, you can as well. There you go. So, Divergent. We have Divergent. So these are the top 33 movies, and no other movie compares. I don't care what anybody says. And if they are science fiction movies, the reason this, like Harold said, it's hard to do a proper science fiction movie. They are superb. These are movies, if you haven't seen them, don't bother watching any other movies. Sure, go watch some other movies, but they're not the same. I've seen some stuff recently. They're not good. The Shadow Strays is Indonesian, but you have to call a spade a spade. I don't like Indonesian people, but this movie is superb. It's fantastic. Probably Ip Man. I'll go to here. Fuck. Ip Man down there. I'll put him there. Let's see. Sorry about this. Hope it still shows up. Save. How does it show up on here then? Okay, it's not good, is it? Ip Man. So you've got Ip Man there at number 34. Ip Man is a martial arts film, fantastic. So this is based on the story of, I guess, true life. This is the old man that taught Bruce Lee. And at the end of the movie, it shows this old man with Bruce Lee. So who taught Bruce Lee? This guy. Can you imagine how good this guy was? Just check over here. So this is based off the story where Japan invaded China. So I learned history as well by watching this movie. So now you know how much the Chinese hate the Japanese. Always remember this. And that's why present day, Japan and South Korea are allied with Australia, America. China are not. China's allied with Russia to some extent. North Korea, South Korea, well, we know that there's no love lost there. So Ip Man is that one. And yeah, one more movie I can't really think of. A 35th. We did mention a 35th movie, but it was back up here. So yeah, that's how it is. So at the top we've got Divergent, number 2, The Equalizer, number 3, A Few Good Men, Star Trek, Time Cop, Mission Impossible Part 1, The Accountant, Butterfly Effect, Aliens, Predator, Inception, Captain Casino Royale, Star Trek 2, Maze Runner, Scorch Trials. Shit, hang on, I better not do that. So you got Divergent. Does it show up on? Just do. Yeah, it does. Okay. You got Divergent, and number 1. You've got The Equalizer, and number 2. A Few Good Men at number 3. You got Star Trek at number 4. Time Cop at number 5. Mission Impossible Part 1 Dead Reckoning at number 6. X-Men Days of Future Past at number 7. The Accountant at number 8. The Butterfly Effect at number 9. Aliens at number 10. Predator at number 11. Inception at number 12. Captain America oh, don't do that. Captain America the Winter Soldier at number 13. Casino Royale at number 14. Star Trek 2 Into Darkness at number 15. Maze Runner, the second movie, and the third movie at number 16 and 17. Allegiant, number 18. Captain Marvel, number 19. The Last Boy Scout, number 20. The Shadow Strays, Bloodsport, Top Gun, Kickboxer, Lethal Weapon, Taken, The Town, Uglies, Mission Impossible 3, The Raid, Rambo, Spider-Man, and scroll a bit down, Ip Man. There's probably one or two others we missed, and that's about it. There you go. Yeah, so that's about it. 4 hours done. Thank you. Sorry for the long video. Thank you very much for watching. And probably in the future, I will do one about the top TV series of all time. Not animated, but say live action series. Not necessarily science fiction. So thank you very, very much for watching, everyone, and bye-bye.